PKA 779. Guest coming, I'm told, about a half hour into the show. Taylor?
Yep, this episode is brought to you by Red Life, myredlight.com. Also brought to you by Lock and Load and our wonderful merch. Talk more about that later. How have you gents been? Are you getting excited for the season? Has the season hit you yet?
Well, we had a cold
Christmas
snap
season?
like 10 days ago, like a polar vortex situation, and it snowed in Atlanta. The apocalypse didn't come, but it did flurry. It didn't stick. But this week it's been kind of disgustingly warm, if that makes sense. It's like, I had to turn the AC on like yesterday. It was like 72 in the house just from the outside. I'm like, well, we got to go backwards now.
We have to let our dogs out 18 times a day. I'm glad the weather's nice. We're outside so much. We have a camp chair out there just waiting. There's something.
Is Jackie still doing the PP song?
She slipped a little bit. I told her that was why this wasn't going better. And she's like, I gave up on the PP. That was the best thing ever.
You need to expand it. You need to be like, as with anything, they're addicted to the PP song and they need a higher intensity. So I bought you a hula hoop to use while you do it.
No, dude, it's funny you said that. Because Kyle was like, there's a dance that goes with it. And I'm like, that's brilliant. So I told her there was a dance that goes with it. And she said, I'm already doing a dance with it.
You're freestyling the PP dance? Come on. You're not a breaker, okay? This is serious business. This guy's got a PP.
Tell her that she can't wing it. It's like as delicate as bees dancing to where the flowers are. It has to be exact. It has to be fucking exact.
Now, are you rotating counterclockwise or clockwise? Because clockwise will just screw up everything that I've been instilling in those dogs.
No,
the dogs are getting pretty big. Do you guys want to see them? I bet I could have a dog delivered.
Yeah,
I'd like to see a dog. I like props.
It's always alarming how quickly these things grow. Because I've never had a dog like that at all.
It's like it defies physics. How like, all right, so like in science fiction movies, like let's just use Captain America. They put him in that chamber, they give him the serum, they zap him with the Vita rays, and he just turns into Chris Evans from like geeky 5'9" guy. And you're like, okay, I'll believe that for the sake of the movie. But then you see a puppy like actually transform over in like a week or two, like adding 40% to its body size. And it's like, I think that maybe a Captain America puppy like sort of serum might be feasible.
I think it's genetic.
The way
it is. We'll have to cross you with a Great Dane.
Okay.
The poop they make is not like proportionate to the size. These guys poop like Great Danes.
Tell me about it.
But they're only like 30 pounds at this point. And I'm just like, when they were smaller, when they were like 15 pounds, how did that come out of you? You must be a smaller dog than you were 10 seconds ago. That's half of your belly's volume.
Have you ever had one of those shits where it's just an absolute war and you think it's about done and you've so much has come out and you think the battle's won, but it turns out that was just the Mordor orc part of the battle. Then the Mumakil come over the horizon and it's like an even bigger.
There's elephants.
I'll get that when I like eat too much popcorn, trying to be like, I need to eat less calories. Oh my god. This isn't the same dog. This isn't the same dog.
Like those who are audio only, like click on and get a look at Woody's dog. Hop on YouTube real quick, because my god,
the thing will believe anything. That is.
Oh, that looks like that's a sweet pupper. Look at its eyes. It's got those like gray steel eyes.
Yeah, they did that.
That dog is already.
That dog needs an electric blanket and a nap.
He does.
Did you wake him?
I
did. She did.
They got such big eyes. Well, I love your dogs. What a sweetie.
No, one's plenty.
Do you want both in here the whole time?
Same size.
That's a big ass dog. That's shockingly huge. That thing was so little a couple weeks ago. That's wild how big they get so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. There's such a pain.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta get to that puppy phase. That puppy phase is so annoying. Like I said before, it was a whole year. It felt like that I was like just living downstairs with Toby, living on the fucking couch, sleeping on the couch.
Jackie lets the dogs out. She does 90% of the work. She cleans up almost every mess that happens in the house. Jackie is carrying the lion's share of this load. Sometimes I only let the dog out like 4 times. Those 4 times are like midnight, 2, 4, and 6 a.m. It's like, sure, you beat me 20-4, but those 4 were whoppers. I exclusively handle the nighttime outside stuff, and
that's a rough shift.
It is a rough shift.
So you're like tired, like you have kid now, like you're waking up in the morning and being like grumbly.
My mother texted me that like she said I was a new parent now, and I thought she kind of like overdid it. I hope you're getting some sleep with the new puppies. They're cute. She said new parent at some point. Anyway, yeah, she was saying that, and she was on the money.
Yeah. Have you noticed yourself? Because when I start to get sleep deprived, like someone in my vicinity, whether it's like girlfriend, friend, work, whatever, like they'll say something that normally would roll off my back, but like it just sticks in my craw. And like I get the impulse to be grouchy at them. And you have to stop and be like, you're just sleepy. You're not you and you're hungry. You need to Snickers and a nap.
Yep.
It's not that I'm grouchy. I'm just exhausted and I'm like low energy, mostly, I think. And it'll be like 11 a.m. and I'm in some kind of sleep emergency where I'm exhausted but not sleeping because it's daytime and I've been in the sun recently. And
you don't have your curtains. You need to black that. See, I'm a master of the upside down sleep schedule. I woke up to my wake up alarm today was set for 5 p.m. and I gave myself an extra 30 at the end. I was like, 5:30 works too.
You woke up an hour ago?
Yeah. And then
we started at 6:30 Eastern for everyone.
I got up and started getting ready and everything. And then like somebody's pounding on my door and it's like 5:26. So like if I hadn't have willingly got up before my alarm went off, I would have been still like enjoying that last 3 or 4 minutes of, although I'm always like, have I gotten too much sleep? The alarm's on, right? Like it's working. Like actually, let me set an alarm 1 minute from now. Make sure it works when it goes off. This guy's knocking on the fucking door, and my dogs are losing their shit. And I open the door
at 3 in the afternoon.
5:30 in the afternoon. I'll have you know, 5:26, and it is I'm mad. I look through the peephole and I see it's a black guy with a clipboard, and I'm already furious. I'm furious because I know. And I open it up, and he's severely mentally handicapped. And I have to.
You didn't let that make you soft, did you?
It made me soft, Woody. It made me soft. he had these buck teeth like a cartoon character, man. And he started talking about how like they're raising money for their trip and how like it, the community, this and that, and like he lives a few blocks away and he walked here on his own and he's got that clipboard. And I'm just like, I usually like snap and lose my mind on those people, but I had to be polite. So I'm kind of in that mood where I felt like I almost didn't get enough sleep and I was already mad at him. I need to yell at somebody because I hate solicitors. Look at that.
This is a different dog. You wouldn't know it. But
this is clearly a different dog. Like the other dog seemed like he didn't want to be here. The other dog is not what you're saying anymore.
You can't tell. This one has a shorter snout. I'm a dogologist.
Now she unplugged my headset. We got issues.
Yeah, that's
sweet.
That's clearly a different, happier dog. The other dog did not seem impressed.
So how much did he get you for?
Nothing. I refused to give him money. I was like,
did you do what I've told you to do? Play deaf?
I think if I played deaf, it would have seemed like I was mocking him because he sounded like this as well. And so it'd be so funny if he he heard me start speaking deaf and he dropped the whole mentally handicapped.
Man, I just got a level with you.
Takes his teeth out.
I am sorry.
They told me that I put the Austin Powers teeth in and talk to you like that I would get the sale.
No, he did not get the sale, but I wasn't rude. I'm usually extremely rude, and I feel honestly
what time
confrontational. It was 5:26 p.m.
Yeah, well, I don't know what he was thinking, waking you up at 5:30 p.m.
I would have never said that to him. Although there are plenty of people who work like third shift, and that's perfectly normal. And he doesn't know. If you knock on every door in my neighborhood, I bet fucking a quarter of them work third shift or something like that. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't know. I hate people knocking on my door. There's a sign that says no soliciting. It says no soliciting, and there's another one out by the mailbox, so you can catch it when you roll in on your fucking lame ass Segway. I hate those people so much. I'm like, you're not going to get a dime out of me. You could be selling fucking something I actually wanted. and I would deprive myself of it just to spite you because you've done this to me.
And
I
it's
could
never
need
something
what you have so badly, and I still wouldn't buy it. I hate them. I hate door-to-door solicitors.
Yeah, they're annoying, and they're never bringing something you need. I can't remember ever being like, I really need this issue taken care of, and then a guy shows up with a solution.
No,
it'll be like, I really want someone to do
Girl
this
Scout
to
cookies,
remove
though.
this tree.
Girl Scouts show up. I'm like,
no.
I'll
be
on
like, hey,
Team Taylor with these. I don't think they could compete in the open market against better cookies.
No, you know what I do to Girl Scout cookies? I say, take this 10, go buy me 2 Oreo packs at the store and bring them here, and you can keep the change. I don't want your horrible cookies. I don't want your Samoas. I don't want your Thin Mints.
Samoas are delicious.
I've never liked any of them very much. They're overrated.
I think the magic of Girl Scout cookies is that they let you be bad while thinking that you're good.
Yeah.
What is happening here?
There's no dog on screen.
Yeah. It's like, oh, I'm not being a fat fuck. I am giving to charity.
Yeah. I would do the same thing if the Boy Scouts, which I don't even know if they're a thing anymore, if they tried to sell popcorn to me door to door, stop it. I want some old stale popcorn that you had your little Boy Scout fingers in.
They don't
Disgusting.
exist. Now it's just the Scouts, Taylor, because Boy Scouts wasn't inclusive enough. There was a lot of girls who would love to be in the Boy Scouts, and there's no other option for a girl who wants to be a scout.
Not that I've heard of.
When you're right, you're right.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the like inclusive whatever, or if they have shrinking numbers. I think Boy Scouts was a bigger thing 40 years ago.
Oh, it's definitely the other thing. Although I agree with you on the like it's kind of part of Americana. Like and I get it from movies a little bit and from like older culture, you'll constantly see, or even if you look at like our former presidents and generals and stuff, if you do World War history or Vietnam history or whatever, a lot of those guys are Eagle Scouts. It's like, yeah, I mean, he was an Eagle Scout, and then he did this and that. It seemed like it was a part of the deal that everybody was like getting into that. I feel like it teaches civics and responsibility and like camaraderie and all sorts of things. It seems like a great.
My parents never brought it up. Like all my friends who did it, it sounds like fun.
I was a Cub Scout, and then I think one of the Cub dads hit on my Cub mom. And my dad didn't care for that.
So he's like, you can do solo scouting in the woods.
Yeah, I think he offered to take that dad out on a solo scout into the woods. And then we weren't asked back to the Methodist Church for any more Cub Scout meetings.
Fiddlesticks.
No more. Indeed. Yeah.
No more chance. It seemed just like starting fires in the woods. But I could also see, like, if you're a little boy, the idea of it being like a bunch of like your friends, your guy friends out there, like doing stuff in the woods, that is more fun than like at the age of 6, you don't want to hang out with all the girls. Like you don't want to be like, you don't want them part of your like club, starting the fires and like making the activities softer.
We weren't making any fires. That's Cub Scouts is like little kid shit. Like I remember safety scissors and no, I don't remember anything like that. I remember it feeling very much like school. It seems so lame. I remember like juice boxes and sitting around a table and talking, and it just being so lame.
Boy Scouts to me was like, you get to play with knives, you get to start fires, you go camping. There's a lot of cooking and cleaning involved too, and then a whole lot of socializing. But
yeah,
the knives and the fires were the draw for me.
And I could guess after they like let girls in, what happens with everything when you let a new group demanding into something like that is they're like, we just want to be a part of it. Haha. Now we're a part of it. We actually want you to change the curriculum to make it more appealing to the girls. So less fires, more crochet, less this, more that. And then boys are like,
if they ever break the tasks down by gender lines, because like there's cooking and cleaning in Boy Scouts. You go camping, like we called it KP, probably everyone does. You have kitchen patrol, so everyone either cook, eat, or you're not doing either. Usually we had enough people on the trip that you didn't have to do one of them every single time. But like shit, do the girls get more like KP and more cooking, and the boys get more firewood gathering?
That would cause a lawsuit.
Yeah, definitely not.
You don't think they do? Okay,
my guess would be the girls got a kid glove.
No way. I would sue if for some reason I had sent my little girl to Scouts and I was like, what'd you do on the trip? It's like, oh, me and the other girls, we cook and clean. The boys gather the firewood and make fires, and they get knives and we get spoons. I'd be like, all right, well, we're going to be suing like everyone we possibly
every job
can.
I ever had, they broke down tasks on gender line. Like when I worked at Boardwalk Retail Store, the girls got these easy jobs of like, we sold a foot of beachfront property. It was a glass foot that we filled with sand from the beach. The girls were doing that. The girls were like, there was so many like glassware things. They constantly had to be Windexed and cleaned, and the shelves and stuff like that. The boys, they're taking the rugs in front of the doors out back and beating them with brooms and taking trash and like doing boy work. And I'm like, really? Scouts just don't live in that same world where they don't break stuff down on gender lines?
I don't think they do a lot of
chores.
So. Like
you got to do chores. What else are they learning? How are they sculpting them into little George Washingtons?
Like chores would shock me. I thought of Boy Scouts as like, I don't know. Well, I know when you're getting all those badges, there's like any number of things, but I always thought of it as like a little bit of survival stuff and like the fire starting, obviously, but also like, you know, just mostly a hangout where we make sure that everybody's not gonna torture cats or something like that.
Chores seem like half of it. Like it you know,
we didn't go.
Even just gathering wood is a chore. Like that's not fun.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. But that's a chore involved with us like making a fire out in the woods and camping. But if like I joined the Boy Scouts and you got me painting an old barn somewhere, it's like I don't know what this has to do with scouting.
No, not that kind of chores. It was usually just the work that is camping. You know, like we're going in. There's maybe spot for 4 or 5 tents, and we have 12. Like now we have to like clean up this campsite in such a way that there's suitable sites for more tents.
You should sue the Boy Scouts, Kyle, which would be a hilarious thing for a guy with no children to do. Hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, I would need a child. I would have to
it.
sponsor a child so that I could sue. I would have to get that going on. I think it's just the Scouts. I think anybody's allowed in now. I remember it being a stink about it like a few years ago. Maybe a little more than a few. But yeah.
What's the age limit? Like 18? How old are you when you're an Eagle Scout?
I think by the time you're an Eagle Scout, you're like finishing high school. So like 17, 18, 16, maybe. It would probably depend on how like quickly you went through all the steps and how early you started too.
Yeah.
I knew an Eagle Scout. It seemed like
one of my best friends is one. He's always the best at starting the fires when we have a bonfire.
Is he like, I was an Eagle Scout?
He used to be, but we got sick of it.
You like snapped to, oh shit, I had no idea, sir.
Get it. Well, guess what? I'm an adult with a car, and so I have a liter of kerosene. The ultimate survivor's tool.
Speaking of a liter of kerosene, did you see that guy burn that woman on the subway with the gasoline?
That was horrible. That was a rough watch.
He went to a gas station and filled up a bottle of gasoline, and then just goes on the subway and dumps it on this lady and sets her on fire.
And
no motivation, no discussion. They didn't know each other. They just a psycho.
No, he had been arrested, I think 71 times. Was that right? In his life?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
He'd been.
Where did it happen? Was it America? Was it?
Yes,
America. Yeah.
Chicago.
Chicago. Yeah, you just. It was just that. Remember that story from a few months ago? It was just that again.
Yeah,
with the black guy stabbing a white lady on the train. Or now it's the same thing with
fire. The picture looks exactly the same. It's a white woman hiding in a corner while a black man burns her alive.
Jesus.
Ugh.
I don't know. I missed it all over the news.
You can't have. That guy's just got to be locked up forever. You can't. You've been arrested that many times for.
How badly was she burned?
Really bad.
I think she was intensive care. Like her life will never be the same. Her life's
destroyed. She was on fire for a long time before she didn't get put out until the subway stopped and she crawled out onto the platform and 2 passerbys put her out.
Oh, there weren't more people.
Yeah, seemingly not in that car. And also like if there's a guy setting people on fire. Probably gonna make myself scarce, frankly. He brought a bottle. Like he means business. I'm just gonna, I can't get burned.
Yeah, according to police, Reed, the guy, had been arrested 71 times in Cook County and convicted in 13 of those cases. He was on pretrial release in a case where he was accused of aggravated battery on an employee at McNeil Hospital in Berwyn. His arrests date back to the mid-90s. He was found guilty in 2020 for setting fire to a building at 121 West Lake. the same area where CPD officers responded to Monday night. His probation was terminated satisfactorily in 2023. Yeah, we need to. What are we doing? Letting people like this out? Like, you just once you've had your ticket punched enough, it's like, nah, you don't get to ride the train or go to the ice cream store or like watch fucking Eagles games sitting next to someone who's like blowing off steam after work when you're like thinking, who can I light a fire? Like clearly a firebug, right?
Yeah, I think when if you got 71 arrests, we should probably. I remember the whole 3 strikes you're out thing seeming overly harsh, and there being these examples where it's like, oh well, that's not what that law was intended for. That's too harsh. But it's 71, you're out, right? Like
yeah.
And even
that
70,
is ridiculous.
Maybe? Yeah.
71. I'm getting 14.
He had 14 was the guy who stabbed that woman on the train a couple months ago. The black guy who was out on release. This is a different guy.
Oh, I must have done it wrong.
Yeah, this guy's something Reed is his name. I saw it.
Lawrence Reed is the guy that I Googled.
Oh, it said he'd been arrested 71 times, and I saw 13 convictions. Maybe it was 14 convictions.
71 arrests.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Louise. Need to keep these people in jail.
Yeah, and keep your head on a swivel when you're sitting on the subway, I guess. You see somebody coming at you with a weird bottle of fuel, maybe start fighting immediately.
And then people will be like, why does no one want to ride the bus? It's like because there's like guys doing like GTA shit all over the bus.
Yeah, I know it's a little bit American maybe to dislike public transit, but it's hard to explain to Europeans and Asians why it doesn't work here when it works there without showing them a video of a woman being burned alive on the subway in Chicago. And then they're like, oh no.
Oh, I get it. I'm using my Asian power of pattern recognition to get it.
Yeah, it's like that's why. Like in Atlanta, we have MARTA. It's our like monorail system, and it's okay. It could be expanded out so it covers a bigger web, but it gets you. There's a couple of straight shots it makes that are really good. It gets you downtown for the sports stuff. If you're out on the perimeter, you can hop on the train and be downtown for a game, and then go right downstairs and get on the train and get back out again. It's real nice. Except for that you're always afraid you're going to get burnt alive while you're riding it. Since they took my guns away, I don't ride MARTA anymore.
That's fair. I mean, you can carry a defensive container of kerosene.
I do carry my defensive kerosene, yes. But only a small flask of it. What if there's more than one, Taylor? I can't ignite them all.
That's true. Not with that attitude. Take them with you.
Yeah, I've never loved public transport. Again, because I'm down here in the South, especially, which is like America extra, I guess. Like, if I feel like whenever we would go to Chicago or Boston or something like that, I was always like, a train, you say? Huh? Like a locomotive? It's gonna pick us up. It was just so foreign.
Will the conductor let me sit up front briefly?
Yeah.
It's like number one, Kyle, you're 33. Number two.
So we will then, right? Like I'm big enough.
Will then, right? Yeah.
I took a train almost every day for a couple of years when I lived in the Philadelphia area. That's how I got to school at night. And I did not like it. It was bumpier. It was hard to sleep. The seats were hard, but it never felt unsafe. Not to me. I mean, it was just a time in my life where I was behind schedule all the time. And, so I'm like on the train looking at my watch. Train was not always on time. So no, I was never at like peace riding on the train. It's not smooth. I thought it was smooth. When I hopped on trains as a little kid, like freight trains on the side, it felt like I was gliding on air. But when I rode them as an adult, like you couldn't read a book because it was like bouncing around.
Different train. Yeah, those lighter cars with different wheels too. They're not loaded down hundreds of tons heavy with soybeans and corn and steel and wood and stuff. I've been on those tubes. They glide like those trains that go through your town. They glide. We would have a festival every year where they would incorporate the train. I think they'd let us ride it from like one stop to the next or something like that. And we always used to put quarters into that thing and squish them. I loved that. I was like, can I have some more quarters? I want to squish some quarters today.
I never squished a whole quarter. I squished a couple pennies.
I squish all sorts of stuff. Anything.
Quarter?
This is on the tracks. You did it.
Yeah. Put them on the tracks.
We used
the train
to put
roll them over.
lots of shit on the tracks, and I was like, "You put a rock on the track, what happens?" Okay.
Oh, me too.
What about a bigger rock?
Yeah. Oh, well, that just kind of gets bumped. Damn it.
That's exactly what happens. It just pushes the rock off. I was afraid that my rock, like smaller than a baseball, but approaching it would derail the train. I did not know any better.
Yeah.
That train is fine.
Like, all right.
I had set up a ton of rocks for the train, like in a row, like one after another. Some jerk comes along, kicks them all off. Like, come on, dude, we're doing science over here. You know, some adult.
Yeah,
I wanted to learn. But probably would have like hit the rock and started crushing it, but then like shot it out at like, you know, like a watermelon seed, just brained me in the head and killed me or something.
Maybe he saved your life that day.
He probably did. There was a brief period of time in my little hometown. Well, a couple things happened. I've talked about it before, how they put in that strip club sort of surreptitiously. They're like, oh yeah, it's a family burger restaurant. And so that's how it was described when it got built and when the permits were approved. And
just called Buns.
No, it's called Cafe Risque. And and somehow that's went under the radar, and all of a sudden right there in our sleepy little town right off the interstate, it's titties and porn. It's just DVDs and two naked girls on stage. No, the town bought it from them for $1 million and then promptly bulldozed the property to the ground and did nothing with it just to eliminate them. But there was also one time they were trying to make like a party train, because apparently some laws don't apply to trains. I don't know which. I think they were going to gamble, drink, and party on this train, and they had taken an old train and they had dressed it up to make it look it looked a little Western or a little carnival-like to me. It was like a fancy train, like not like a Japanese fancy train, but more like it looked like old-timey, like Western, like gambling boat style, like decorations on this train. And like I said, they were going to have gambling and women and booze, and they were just going to run the train back and forth on this strip of track. So it's technically in motion or whatever.
A circle in the backyard.
They shut that down before it could get off the rails.
Oh, that's lame.
Unfortunately, yeah. But the Cafe Risque was just, that thing started when I was in like starting high school, and it was there for maybe 6 years. And so it was a formative part of my like becoming a man. I was like, you want to go to Cafe Risque and shoot some pool and look at some titties? And it was like, yeah, it's 4 a.m. What else will we do?
Were you sad when they got rid of Cafe Risque?
No, by then I had moved on to bigger and better things. You know, there were better titties than Cafe Risque was pretty rough. We'd go in there to actually play pool. I mean, you'd look at the titties, don't get me wrong, but it was mostly just like, let's shoot some pool and drink a beer. Because there was nowhere else to do that, especially at 4 a.m. They were open 24 hours a day.
Yeah, there's a Cafe Risque in North Carolina. I knew I'd heard that name before. I wonder if there's a lot, because it says here there's one in Florida. Is it a chain?
It is.
That makes sense.
And they do obnoxious billboards, and they invest heavily in them. They're like bright, like safety orange and safety yellow colors. And in massive letters, they say like Cafe Risque, up 27 miles ahead. And there's like the silhouette of like a naked woman sort of making a sexy pose. And then every fucking 3 or 4 miles, another one.
I've seen them.
And another one. And another one. It's counting down. And after a while, you're like, Cafe Risque's coming up.
Is this south of the border?
It's almost like this sort of, it's a really good sales technique that like you're just constantly getting them. Like one billboard doesn't do anything, but fucking 27 in a row do. Like by the
that's how advertising works.
Yeah, I'm a little hungry.
Or the Buckies, they'll hit you like 85 miles out, and they'll be like, "Don't go anywhere. Don't go to these pussy gas stations.
They say
don't you want to come to Buckies?"
They say Buckies, 47 miles. You can hold it. And when I see that, I think, yeah, I can. I do want to go to Buckies. The bathrooms are immaculate. And I do just enjoy seeing the spectacle of 150 gasoline pumps in a row.
And all the people in there, the singing.
It's wild. Someone made a better gas station. I didn't know they needed improvement. And all of a sudden, it's like a gas station superstore.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got like a Kohl's level clothes section. Like just all this Buckies shit. I told you I went to that one where the guy was just like 7:10 in the morning, just being like, "Biscuit on the board," like yelling. just as his hungover minions are like, "Ugh," like just shaping down this brisket for the future customers. Looked hellish, but it looked like the ringleader was having a good time. He loved yelling brisket on the board. I was there for 3 minutes. He must have said it 11 times.
Yeah, if I'm on a long road trip, I like to stop at interesting places along the way. I don't want to eat fast food, and I don't want to go to a regular gas station if possible. Like, let's have some fun while we're here and see something interesting. We'd often have a lot of time to kill. So there was a lot of just wandering around and looking for something interesting to kill time. And Bucky's is a fucking spectacle. There's another one. What's the one in Texas?
They have a specific one. I know Wally's is a smaller chain, and that's like basically a Bucky's style gas station. I don't know.
Texas has its own version of Bucky's, because I think of Bucky's as like
the Texan and Wally's, perhaps. Oh, the two places, the Texan and Wally's, are compared to Bucky's.
Oh, okay.
I know. I've been to Wally's. There was this one chain of gas stations in Texas that I remember looking like Bass Pro Shop, like they were like log cabins almost. Like it was really interesting. I don't know. I like that stuff. I feel like that's just American. Like I don't think nowhere else in the world do they do anything like a Bucky's. Like they wouldn't think to. They wouldn't want to even. Like it's so obnoxious and big. And
I mean, Europe's stupid. Out, right? Because their countries are too small to warrant like a look forward to gas station, I would think.
Bucky's makes sense if you're traveling over 100 miles. Where else do they do that?
Like Russia, China, but a lot of Chinese people don't have cars, so maybe not that. Japan's pretty tight up. Africa, they haven't got there yet.
You know, I bet the percentage of Chinese people that have cars is lower, but are there more people with cars in China than there are people with cars in the U.S.?
They have to be, right? Just numbers would be my guess.
So.
I don't know how many of them are taking road trips.
I've seen those pictures of those toll booth systems they've got where it's like seemingly 20 fucking lanes wide, like a gigantic, and they're all just stopped, sitting still. It seems like you could die in traffic like that. Like days could go by, you could run out of water.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Wally's thing, but even more than I like the Wally's and Bucky's thing, I do like that it's Americana. Like it's other countries didn't even fathom the need for this. Like no one in Canada or anywhere in Europe, Africa, Asia was like, hey, what if we have a guy that screams at 6:55 in the morning that he's making brisket, and we also have a closed section and there's an Xbox you can win, and Americans are like sick. Like this is we're doing this. Do we sell ammo too? Of course, you're fired for asking. Actually, of course we do.
Do we fired for asking about ammo?
Yeah, America rules, dude. Best gas stations.
I mean, kinda.
So our guest is fixing his audio. I guess it's a short topic. I've watched Pluribus. I can't tell if I like it or not. I'm anxiously awaiting for the next episode to come out. I watch it eagerly. It sucks me in and makes me want to know more about this universe. But gosh, it's slow. Maybe it's me. Maybe my attention span is shot. But I could tell you, I won't spoil anything, but I could tell you what happens in an episode in less than 20 seconds, and you won't miss much. It is just slowly unfolding. Like she traveled from here to there. And, you know, so that's a 20-minute story. Let me tell you about that. Let's do a sequence of closing the doors and opening the doors and greeting and this and that. And
the new show, they haven't earned that yet.
I wonder apparently it's really highly rated.
99%.
Other people don't share this criticism, I guess, but I don't know. I'm somehow addicted to it. I'm looking forward to the next one. I'm pulled in, but it's about time to move on this plot.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I've been meaning to. I like to watch shows with my girlfriend. I went ahead and watched the first episode of Landman without her last night, and she got mad. I like that show a lot.
People are ripping it this year.
There's only one episode.
I don't know. My Reddit's like inundated with it. I guess it's all about the wife and the daughter, and they really want more Billy Bob Thornton.
It's the first episode.
I didn't realize it was only one.
They're ridiculous. The daughter went to college and got it accepted. There definitely was some daughter and some a wife. Like they were a third of it, I would say. But also Billy Bob, John Hamm died last season, so now Demi Moore owns the gigantic oil company that Billy Bob works for. So there's oil tycoon shit to do, and then his son has hit it big. He's making money now in the oil business, and that inexplicably hot Mexican wife of his, when he tells her that he's like, you see that well? And he breaks down the math. He's like, that's $10 million a year, basically, for us that we just got. And she's like, oh, good. Congratulations. And I'm like, what the fuck fantasy world is this? Where you tell that woman, if I told my girlfriend that, like, honey, that project I've been working on over there came up pretty good. It's going to make us $10 million a year from now on. And you see that over there? That's my next project. We're hoping that makes it 20. And she went, oh, good stuff. See you later. I'd be like, all right, yep, never. We're breaking up right here. I need more than that. When I hit the $10 million home run. It was that to me was the part that annoyed me, was that his, again, inexplicably hot Mexican wife was just like, oh, good, 10 million. Like she said it like he told her that, hey, I got a coupon for Pizza Hut. You want to do breadsticks tonight? Oh yeah, good. Breadsticks, good. So I like that show. I'm looking forward to more of it. But with Pluribus, I might wait till it's all out because I don't know.
Don't want to be disappointed.
I prefer watching shows like that too.
Got our guest joining now. We've got Jonathan Otto. Jonathan, how are you? Thanks for coming.
Hey, good, Taylor. Thank you so much.
I was giving myself a crash course on you today, or at least trying to. There's a lot to get through. And I finally did get the red light thing about 30 minutes before we started recording here. So it's still in the box. Haven't tried it yet. Yeah, it looks like you're practicing what you preach there. That's a lot of red light.
Yeah, exactly. I would be completely unclothed to do it exactly how I would preach it, but let's not give the illustration.
Be brave, dude.
Yeah. Hey, you're definitely fit. Get naked. So I know this is probably the first thing you get asked every time you do an interview because it's so out there and interesting for people who don't follow this space. But I guess first of all, like, what would you call what you do? Like folk medicine, non-traditional medicine, just medical investigative journalism?
Yeah,
what would you say?
Absolutely. Holistic medicine. I would say root cause. Getting the root causes and regenerative, especially regenerative medicine, because it's not about just band-aiding up an issue, getting rid of a problem, but actually causing your body to generate new stem cells. And it is a really exciting process that we've tapped into. So yeah, that would be it.
Okay. Yeah. And like back to the big thing you always get asked about, which is the urine therapy. Now I've been putting urine on my face every morning for years, and to now learn that there could even be health benefits.
Yeah. Okay, hold on a second. Now, are you joking?
I'm joking. Yeah, saying I've never put urine on my face. It's actually never occurred to me. But what's the data for that? What do you think is most useful, and why do you believe it works?
Oh, awesome. So, by the way, Woody, hi, and Kyle, hi. Thank you guys for having me on. I really appreciate it. Okay, so that is a great question. Let me say something just outlandish out of the gates, that discarding urine and throwing it out is kind of like spitting in the face of God. Okay.
Oh. Every morning and sometimes in the middle of the night I do that.
Yeah, exactly. No, I just kind of wanted to be shocking there, but in reality, you were born in urine. Okay, so amniotic fluid is urine. Babies urinate every 1 to 3 hours and drink up to about 1 liter of urine per day in the womb.
Huh. I guess I never thought about what amniotic fluid is. It's just urine in there?
Yes, yeah, because the baby starts urinating from like around 10 to 12 weeks. And the urine is what then gets referred to as amniotic fluid, but it's coming from, through the kidneys. It's the filtration of the blood, which is what our kidneys do every day. And they produce plasma ultrafiltrate, which is the medical name for urine. The etymology of the word just means water. And you know how they say like the body's like 90% or 70% water, and it's salt water. Guess what urine is? Like, it's salt water. and it's actually the purification of the blood. Your kidneys are filtering about 180 liters of blood per day. Okay, so 99% of that, which is what we call urine, that's urine. So once it goes through the kidneys, that's called urine, and then guess what happens to 99% of it? It gets reabsorbed back into the body, and then 1% of it goes where? Guess where? The bladder. Did it go through any different filtration? No, it's the same thing that's getting reabsorbed by your body, and then Zach's got some stuff there. And then what it does is then the reason why the body expels it, you know, you'd say, oh, it's because it's waste. But that's what you got taught, but it's not what your ancestors taught. Look at all the major cultures of the world, whether it's Greek, Roman, Egyptian, Jewish, Chinese, Japanese, Puerto Rican, Taino, Native American, Aboriginal, Australian. What did they think urine was? A medicine. Why? You know, obviously we know better, right? Because we're so smart now, and we can't even watch an ultrasound and watch a baby urinate and drink it right away and realize, I've been lied to. Okay, so guess where the stem cells are coming from, guys? Anyone?
Pee.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's amniotic fluid, right? That's what you're paying for, unless you're getting some super unethical fetal stem cells, and so it's the culture around the umbilical cord, which is all these cultured urine. So yeah, and the reason why the body expels it is because it has to balance blood pressure, and it can't utilize those minerals in that moment. And so it's actually meant for feedback. That's why the babies are doing it. And the evidence that there's no toxins in urine is very strong, because the babies are proven to have chemicals in the umbilical cord. When the environmental working group tested for 400, they found 287 of those 180 are proven to cause cancer, birth defects, and brain deformations. So now they're going straight into the baby. Baby urinates through its weight, urinates its waste out, right? Well, how would that be possible when it's got 180 proven cancer-causing chemicals, brain-deforming chemicals, and then it's drinking it constantly and urinating every 1 to 3 hours? It's the exact opposite. That's how the body signals the removal of those poisons. That's why you have antibodies in your urine. That's why it actually does work for envenomations like jellyfish stings. But I saw this last year, and if I didn't know this, I think the 14-year-old girl would have died. I was in Kenya, northern Kenya, in these regions. By the way, anti-venom therapies cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, typically, even in this country.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so this girl she was just like kind of laying there, and they said that it was likely lethal. And I told her to drink her urine and soak her foot in it. I used a nicotine patch as well, and then a chlorine dioxide. Delete that if you can that. I can't say that word anyway. But she came right out of it. What
did the nicotine have to do with it? I don't understand.
It binds to the alpha-7 nicotine receptors, and so you've got these receptors in your body, and they're the primary targets for venom in the body, and they're in their brain, heart, and kidneys. And when a venom goes into the body, their target is the alpha-7 nicotine receptor in the body. And once it binds to that receptor, that's when it shuts down the circulation or the electrolyte minerals that your body runs off. And so it'll make you immediately deficient in sodium through the nicotine receptor, and then you have a heart attack or whatever other symptom that will then lead to paralysis. Because if you can just block off the body's signaling, then you create respiratory arrest and all kinds of things. So if you compete for the same receptor with nicotine, it'll be preferential. So it'll switch. So the nicotine will dock in that receptor, and then in this case, the venom will detach. And so it is a heavily studied science, and that's why the natives would use tobacco as an anti-venom.
So on the urine thing, what are you saying people should do with urine? Do they drink it? Do they apply it like a lotion? What do you do with urine?
Yeah. So you could use it on your face and for cosmetics. So if you have warts, I've seen that it works like consistently. So to just put it on your wart, and it should take it away. My wife, it took less than 24 hours, and she was using all the kinds of stuff that you would normally use for that. It could be dandruff, especially aged urine. I'll get back to that. But that's the only thing that will get rid of my dandruff. And I've tried everything that as anyone does that has dandruff. Okay, so it's the only thing that's got rid of my dandruff. Could be any kinds of skin rashes, applying it directly. Could be eczema and acne, very profound for acne direct on the skin, even lifelong acne. And if you look at the videos I put out in social media, some of them will have like up to like 10 million plus views. And then just read the comment section. After you get through all the R. Kelly jokes, you'll finally find people that actually say, yes, this actually worked for me. And they'll talk about lifelong cases of acne getting reversed. And they'll talk about, watching people go into anaphylaxis after getting an allergic reaction and no EpiPens, ambulance hadn't arrived, drink their urine, comes right out of it. I've heard so many stories firsthand of that. The mechanism is super clear. So there's things like that. But okay, so then the other one is drinking. You literally would just drink your urine. I've actually drank my urine every day for the past 3 years, almost every day.
I didn't think that was good for you.
You thought it wasn't, right?
Right. Yeah. I was under the impression that it was far too salty and that it was a negative. You'd have to drink more water so that your body could process the heavily salted urine. And the baby's urine is very diluted. It's not the same. This is neonatal urine.
It is diluted. You're right. It's very clear, right? The baby's urine. And yeah. Well, firstly, so when the Wake Forest University, they'd look for stem cells in urine, they found 140, and in every one of the 10 samples, they took an NIH grant. It's 10 adult males, 20 to 40, 50 and up groups, and every time approximately 140 stem cells. And when left to culture for 3 weeks, proliferated to 100 million at a rate of 1 × 10⁸ So, and they would telomerase positive, 75% which means they were active in the 20 to 40, and then 50-year-old group was 59.2%. So what that means is that they are active stem cells. So my counter, Woody, would be, okay, well, what are you going to do with those stem cells? Just keep flushing them down the drain, right? So
the presence of stem cells in urine doesn't mean that it's good to drink it, right? Like I can only imagine how many stem cells are in a hamburger, and I don't call it stem cell therapy.
No, I don't think there are. There are in breast milk, and like of whether it's an animal or a human. But no, I don't believe you'll find stem cells in any other thing. But you're right. The presence of stem cells doesn't mean that therefore you should drink it. I'm entering that as an opening wedge of that there could be something here because there's something valuable, and then at very least in a chronic scenario where you either need antibodies or enzymes or urea, there's different compounds that have medical benefits, and they're used in folk medicine and bush medicine or these types of things. So that's to contend. But my early illustration was showing that of the most harmful chemicals, they're actually not harmful in the cases of these babies where they've got cancer-causing chemicals going straight to their bodies through the umbilical cord, and yet they're drinking their urine at these intervals, and it's the reason why the inside of the C-section heals so that there's no scar and the outside doesn't, because the urine on the inside, again, is so stem cell rich. There's a reason for it. Babies also, if they have surgeries performed in the womb, typically come out without showing that they ever had it because they're in a stem cell rich environment, as you know, in that urine. I'm saying that the evidence I'm seeing is very clear that it is very, very helpful. And I did with Dr. Ed Group, we conducted a 12-month study or somewhere around there, and where we tested people's markers before and after on urine therapy, and universally it was a major improvement, and especially in the like toxins level, were like what the heavy metals and other like pathogens and toxins had a dramatic reduction. And in another study, we found that the liver function was dramatically improved in all the individuals in the study and that was specifically with the aged urine, but through suppositories.
How much drinking of pee is going on in these studies? Is it like an 8-ounce cup a day? Are you drinking most of the pee?
It's mostly just the first morning urine, which would and be a smaller amount, or like 5 ounces, 3 ounces, 8 ounces. I've seen variances, and
they mix it in. They make like a lemonade out of it, or they just.
I think you got to just
slug it.
You just get it done. Damn, that's a lot of pee to be drinking every day, like an 8-ounce thing. And does it matter? You said morning pee.
Yeah,
is like Does what you've been drinking matter at all? Like if you've been on like
Yeah.
coffee and energy drinks all day, is that a worse pee than like a water all day?
Probably, but I would argue the counter, and I would say therefore it's more important that you do it, because it's a clear sign of addiction. And it was actually Dr. William Hitt that treated 20,000 people for addiction, and he ended up operating a lot out of Mexico. He was Dr. Rashid Buttar's mentor. And Dr. Buttar was a mentor to me. He was RFK Jr.'s doctor. He passed in the last couple of years, but he was a dear friend of mine. And he was the one that first opened that up to me with some of the work they were doing with cancer and how they use the antigen-specific cancer, well, they're anti-tumor cells in urine. They're called anti-neoplastons, but they would use this in the cancer therapy centers, and hence why they actually got me to come out and do education for example, for the Hope for Cancer Center with their medical facilities there. And they're the world-class facilities. If you look them up, you'd probably choose that might be a place that you would go to. But they had me do the education there on some of the most cutting-edge research on urine. But anyway, those were some of the guys that were involved in that. But they used urine to help with addiction. And so I would say that these folks actually arguably need it more. And in the study that I just mentioned, Wake Forest, it didn't assess diets. It was just, it was still this substance that is powerful by nature, arguably.
And those were sick people in the Wake Forest study, or they were
healthy.
Measuring
healthy, which people that eat McDonald's every day and drink Red Bulls every day would actually still class as healthy unless they have a chronic disease, and in which case it's very, open-ended.
Healthy people with addictions drank their urine to help with their addictions. That's the breakdown of this. I'm just trying to follow. I got a little lost in there.
Oh no, sorry. What I'm saying is that, okay, so the question was, do the people that have have addictive behaviors, they're eating unhealthy foods? Oh, sorry, Ashi. Okay, Daddy's on a show. I need to focus. Okay, I love you. Sorry, my 6-year-old. So if people have a poor diet, I'm saying that we don't have any evidence to show. Actually, Arthur, Daddy's busy. Okay, sorry guys. My 4-year-old then saying, why aren't you watching this Journey to the Center of the Earth show with his daddy? It's so cool.
It's exciting.
Yeah. And so anyway, my point being that if you have addictions and you're eating bad foods, if you understand the chemistry of urine, it has been proven to work for addictions. So because that is still a food addiction, we're talking about sugar cravings. And most of the people I've talked to across the board will say that it really helped them with addictions. It helped me with food addiction, as an example. So I'm just saying that I wouldn't rule it out just because someone has a bad diet, because it's still the filtration of the blood. And it's the same thing that's getting reabsorbed by your kidneys. Sorry, by your body after it passes through the kidneys. It's the same substance. Like you've literally got about 180 liters of blood of urine going back into your body before it goes, and then just that 1% goes to the bladder, and that's what's getting eliminated.
The stem cells are the big money maker here. The big, the big thing. So, is it really that urine is special, or like that's just the easiest way to get stem cells out of an adult? Like, are there?
Oh yeah. No, I don't actually even think the stem cells are the biggest deal, but they are the biggest deal in people's minds because, like, one, people should know this. People should look up the Wake Forest study. It was an NIH grant, so it was full-fledged study, which then indicates that every adult human will have about $5 to $7 million worth of stem cells from their body, because these are mesenchymal stem cells. Or they operate, it's called a urine-derived stem cell. They operate with the same immunophenotype and doubling time as a bone marrow stem cell. So
what happens with the wart thing? If like you have a wart on your face and you rub pee on it, I know you said that, does it fall off? Does it just recede back into the skin?
I think it might differentiate or something, like this cells actually just shift, because it's just that people just notice they go away versus that not necessarily fall off. That's what my wife noticed, and it'll be interesting. So my guess is that people will actually comment under this video, and some people may have done it, or like if enough people get to this video, they may give us more of their reports on how and why. But it's a signaling system. To answer your other question about the the compounds. If you look at a site like urinmetabolome.ca, so it's a Canadian database, and they have 5,600 plus small molecule metabolites and compounds that have been identified in urine. That's a huge number. And these include all like enzymes and hormones and minerals and nutrients and the whole spectrum. So there's so many, I can't even tell you, okay, it's this one. There's around 30 different enzymes identified in urine. Urokinase is the most well-known one. That's why there's a medication, urokinase, which is basically the clot busting mega drug. That's urokinase. Or urea is practically the only clinically proven skin moisturizer. And why is that? Well, because it's your filtered blood. So your blood goes back into your body the same way it came out. And it's so good at moisturizing, and it works. It's just like, there's no way around it.
Kyle, this is good for you, because Kyle up there is a addict for skincare. Like he's got a whole routine,
What he means is that I have lotion in my house.
among other things.
He's going to add swimming in public pools to his routine.
I think the chlorine might put the hell out of that pee in there.
All those powerful agents, Taylor.
Yeah, so interesting with the urine thing. So like you're saying, like Bear Grylls was kind of life hacking it a little bit.
Well, he actually unfortunately has a bit of a jab at people like me, where he would say, look, I don't teach people this because I think it has medical benefits. This is for survival. Right. So, but I respect him for educating people on that, because if you use Google, they'll tell you not to do that as well. Like, they'll tell you not to do it if you've got a jellyfish sting. They'll tell you not to do it. They're literally trying to make you allergic against your own body and not use it the way you're actually supposed to use it. And then everything you're not supposed to put in your body, that's what you got to put in your body. And then we're even going to mandate that. I'm not going to keep going on that train of thought, but you know where I'm going. And so I'm telling you that campaign, the thing I just alluded to, the reason why that's become so prolific is because of the loss of urine therapy. It's so deeply connected, because if you do the research, look at the bubonic plague and look at the least affected people, it was the Jews. Why? Because they had urine therapy, because it was both prevalent in Judaism and Egypt, and it was a practice, and hence why they were even blamed for creating it, right? Because of it's an interesting narrative. You go back in history, you'll find that they were using it to prevent themselves from the bubonic plague. But if you understood it, you'd realize that you would be less afraid of things, because you would always have the specific antibodies to what you have. And if you look at I haven't really done if I went through the medical journals of the early 1900s, I would show you from the Oxford Medical School and the British Medical Journal and Science Magazine. I could show you all the published research on urine for tuberculosis and for rabies and for various types of cancer, and all the clinical studies that came out in the 1940s and 50s through America, Europe, and Japan. It is so mind-blowing. And so, to me, devastating that it has been erased so far, so much that this conversation is so novel.
I've never had this conversation.
Yeah,
so you're right.
No, absolutely. And you do the research and you realize that your body has these like unique compounds for different conditions, including anti-tumor cells called.
So you think it's moneyed interests?
Oh yeah,
trying to keep people from doing this, and
and they're selling it back to you too. So you're buying your synthetic forms of urine, urea, urokinase, Premarin, pregnant mare urine, for all these different processes. Pergonal got repackaged. It was for fertility. That was for women, postmenopausal women donating their urine. And then Air Serono in 1992 made like 855 million selling that urine to women trying to fall pregnant. They've used these for all different kinds of purposes. And it's always getting sold back to you. And then they're saying, well, use the synthetic form, don't use the actual form. And if I made that argument with GMOs versus organic, I think most of you guys would roll your eyes and say, well, obviously the organic one. But in this case, no, the synthetic is the one. Why? I don't get it.
Okay. So this isn't on urine, but aspartame is totally fine, right? In any quantity?
yeah, it's great, man. So
I knew it.
It's great if you want holes in your brain.
Fuck. You know what? Let's roll the dice.
Brain Taylor.
It tastes so good though, man. It tastes so good. The scientists know what they're doing. They've got me over a barrel with this stuff.
Oh, dude,
it's delicious.
Well, I mean, what about monk fruit?
Oh, I tried a monk fruit sweetened Red Bull the other day, and I almost made just an OKC joke about Red Bulls. Fucking hate you. But yeah, I almost
not
threw
my
fit.
favorite.
I hated it. It was disgusting.
It has an odd taste. It is.
Never heard of monk fruit.
It's one of those more healthy sweeteners, sugar alternatives. It is not my preferred one.
Well,
you can tell it's healthy.
What do you like better, Kyle?
What is
You use
sweet and
stevia,
low?
don't you?
I have used stevia.
Sweet and low is aspartame, right?
Yeah. If that's what's I used to use a ton of sweet and low. Like I used to buy the little tear apart packets you get at the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
I was buying like packets that had 1,000 of those in them at a time because I was drinking when I was working out. I can't just drink water all day, so I was drinking mostly unsweetened tea, and I can't drink that, so I had to dump my like 5 packets of sweet and low and put it in my tumbler, and I was just drinking unsweetened tea, like probably a gallon of that a day. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Cool gallon, but you were turning it in to a health potion.
Oh yeah, I mean I was doing my blood work and everything. I was just.
He's talking about your pee, but Kyle didn't use his pee for medicine. He just uses it recreationally.
Yeah. I can't spare a drop for health. It's allocated.
Something that jumped out at me when I was you talked about autism in some of the clips I saw.
Yeah.
Is that urine related or is that like a different thing?
It could be, absolutely, because obviously I'm not going to go into all the things that can create problems for us, but my point is that you think about a child like this, clearly there's some kind of toxin exposure. What is it? And then you've got all these doctors guessing what is it, and then if the parents can afford it and they've got the know-how, they'll go to a functional medicine doctor and they'll run a bunch of tests. So like if I'm right about that, the body has a signaling system that's its own compound pharmacy, which is crazy to think about. Just think about the possibility of intelligent design. If your body is somehow intelligently designed, which it appears to be very evidently, like none of us are going to count how many heartbeats we need to have before we wake up, before we go to sleep, how many we need to take, how many breaths we need to take. It's this autonomic system is servicing us so perfectly well. Why is it that we get delivered all these different hormones and minerals and neurotransmitters, everything, serotonin, dopamine, epinephrine, testosterone, estrogen, it's all in the urine. Why would your body dump it out when you're deficient? And so anyway, my point being that when your body gives you a compound prescription, then it's so valuable. So that child that has that condition, they have information specifically about what they've been poisoned with, because if they do have mercury, they will have antibodies to that mercury in their urine. That is just straight up fact, because it's a concentration of immunoglobulin, and in there is the antibodies. And that's why a lot of these children do better with IVIG, which is an intravenous immunoglobulin. But it's going through these blood banks and it's so expensive. But your own body giving you that prescription, here's what you got, here's what was missing. And that's what I'm going back to the womb saying, that's what's happening. The 180 cancer causing chemicals become redundant, that they're in the baby because the urine is where it's concentrating its metabolites to those poisons. The antibody, it's an antibody metabolite form of the toxin. So that mercury, that aluminum, that glyphosate has its compound that the body has filtered in a way that has become non-harmful and bioavailable. So then when it's consumed, it actually causes the removal of it. And that's what we proved in our own study that showed a dramatic reduction in all the toxin levels in that setting. So yes, very powerful. But then red light therapy, which is what's behind me, is certainly a big hitter and very heavily proven for autism and other conditions related to the brain and the gut, and oxygen in the brain, like post-stroke and various conditions like that.
What's the barometer for curing autism? I'm saying, like, what's the barometer for curing autism? Because like there isn't an autism test of like they have this in their blood. It's behaviorally diagnosed, and so it's like you just wait until those behaviors subside for a bit, and you say, that counts, or like how do you quantify like long-term peeking back into the lives of these kids?
Yeah, it's ATEC, right? So autism treatment evaluation checklist, and they could score up to, like, I think the numbers go as high as like maybe 70 or 80 down to 0. And so if the child goes to, I believe, something like under 5 or 3, then they would go into asymptomatic or no longer actively having that issue. It's a 77-item diagnostic assessment tool developed by Bernard Rimland and Stephen Elderson. And so if you score low, then you score low, and it's very clear. And then behaviorally, you could see that. I remember I was at a small get together here in Puerto Rico. It was a medical doctor whose son was 10 and he was still nonverbal, and he's 23 now, completely verbal, and not just verbal. He completed university and everything else, and it has a very normal life. Maybe I think that there's roughly, and I've got to be really careful with how I say this, because these ones are hot buttons, right? So just so you guys know, I answer things in ways that people, you got to kind of dig deeper when I say certain things. But there's around 5,000 cases that are documented of like full-blown autism getting reversed, and this was under certain protocols of which I could just vaguely allude to. But the cool thing is that guys, that they just see like what I'm talking about. If you go over to my Instagram, and you'll hear me talk about it very directly, exactly, because I've got to be so careful, and I even unsure if I say their names whether it's going to create an issue. So I'll just have to open it up there. But
why do you think it is that? Because this stuff is all new to me. I haven't done any due diligence on any of it. But if there was, like, you mentioned the synthetic urea and all those things, it seems like if there was a synthetic way to emulate this, Pfizer or J&J or GlaxoSmithKline would have come out with a version of it to alleviate the symptoms of autism. I don't know if that exists.
Oh yeah, exactly. Okay, so like a synthetic form of urine, right?
Yeah, so they would be like, oh, don't drink your pee, but like if they were secretly keeping this from us or something, and then they would create a synthetic version that they could sell to us for a big markup. Like, you would expect that, or I would expect that.
But they have that. That's exactly what's happening.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, Enzymes of America happened to own Porta-John. So what do you think they did? They ran the numbers on just collecting it straight out of the urinals.
Oh, but people poop in there. That can't be right.
No, I know. Well, the upside
extra stem cells. You think pee has a lot of stem cells, Taylor? What do you hear about my program?
I don't want to hear about your program. Your
it involves
geez, that.
The funny thing is, though, you guys, you laugh, but the fecal microbial transplant is very widely accepted now. I've heard of that. Multi-billion-dollar industry. And yes, you'll see cases of IBS and all kinds of chronic gut conditions, and even autism and other conditions getting reversed on fecal microbial transplant, for sure. Like lots, very heavily documented. So Carl's program does work. We see evidence of it in the mainstrein. Thanks, Carl, for your contribution.
You're welcome. You're all welcome. Donation. I didn't take a dime. I did all this, for free. It's a nonprofit type thing. We mostly just eat the poop, though. We don't really rub it on anything.
Yeah, he didn't even know there were health benefits.
I had no idea until right now.
Just now. Now you can disguise your fetish.
Red light curing autism thing, right?
Yeah,
so autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder, right? The brain is missing pathways that other people have. How does shining a red light cause the brain to repair itself?
Yeah.
What's the mechanism there?
Okay, it's a heavily proven mechanism, and it is all about the mitochondria in the brain cells. And here, what we have with red light is that it's very accessible through the eyes, and I think I feel that that's a very misunderstood and not tapped into methodology, and that's why you'll see the studies on children. There's a 6,400 child 41 clinical trials over 6,400 children with myopia, and red light was the number one that stopped vision worsening in the eye, more than ortho K or atropine. But because, just think about that for a second. Eyes are part of the brain. Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, look it up.
Really? I will.
Okay, just do it. Let's do it now. Okay, yes, eyes can be considered part of the brain because the retina contains nerve tissue, and the optic
You're right.
is an extension of the central nervous system.
Okay.
During embryonic development, yeah, cool. And during embryonic development, the eyes form as an outgrowth of the forebrain, making them a direct and accessible part of the brain. This close connection explains why the eyes are not just sensory organs, but also part of the central nervous system, similar to the brain and spinal cord. Okay. And sorry to kind of,
okay.
yeah,
no, it's okay. Really. I don't know. You're fact checking yourself to get it right. That's good. Not bad.
Yeah. Oh, no, thank you. I appreciate it. But I was actually saying, sorry to kind of be like, no, I'm right kind of thing. Yeah. So just try to be cool.
Yeah. We don't know any of this stuff. Because I have like of all the stuff you said, red light was the one that jumped out. Because I don't know, but I have a friend that's like obsessed with red light, and it's like he runs a business that has actually nothing to do with red light, but it's like yoga type of business, and those kind of guys are really into it. And I trust him. He's never mentioned the autism thing. It's more about like general cellular health and like wellness. But I bet if I brought it up to him, he'd say he'd heard something about it. But yeah, I'm more familiar with the red light stuff than the urine.
Yeah,
by a lot.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Absolutely. Red light, very proven science. It should be way more known than what it is right now, because the Nobel Prize was won by Niels Rieberg-Vincent in 1903 for light therapy reversing disease, and it was lupus vulgaris. And it's so annoying that it has been so railroaded, and Dr. Endre Mester in 1967, the Hungarian physician, very much kind of pioneered and coined specifically red light therapy versus just light therapy. So it's not just red light, it's light therapy with blue, green, UVB, violet, and so forth. But then now the last 2 decades, like LED technology really did help make this something that is completely accessible, and lasers as well. But LEDs then ended up performing at the same level as lasers, but without the extreme cost and overheating and danger issue that comes with something that's high heat, potentially. And so, yeah, the autism aspect and the brain. So like I gave a reference to eyesight, and in terms of fast regeneration, the UCL University study was fascinating because they took the eyes 3 minutes open. It had to be the morning, and tested the eyesight immediately, and it was a 17% improvement in eyesight on average, but it had to be done in the morning, and it was specifically 670 nanometer light. And whether it was 3 minutes or 45 minutes, it didn't actually make a difference. The outcome was still the same. So there's a certain amount that even if you just get a little bit, you
look into it, or you just operate in an environment around it. You look in it.
You could look out of it, or you could look into it. But they basically had what looked like flashlights, and they had it right against their eyes, but they did have low irradiance. Like this is about a 200 milliwatts irradiance, which was associated with, like, I just went through a thyroid study where 96% of the Hashimoto's thyroiditis patients went from an enlarged thyroid to a regular thyroid using 200 milliwatts of power of red light, near infrared, and red. And so that is really powerful for most things. But the eyes, they do have lower settings, which you could either put something like this down to like 10% of the power, or you could be a little bit away, or you could just go, hey, look, there's nothing proven that this is damaging, which is my stance. And that's why I look into it up close, because I'm actually not, my eyesight's, it doesn't have an issue. I'm actually just wanting to get it in my brain for my mood, my happiness, my, functioning, the switching on. And sorry for the roundabout answer on autism, but what I'm saying is you've got visible aspects of very fast improvements in parts of the brain, like the eyes. But then if you go and look at the studies on autism, it's interfacing directly with the mitochondria in the brain. The highest concentration of mitochondria are in brain cells. They can have up to hundreds of thousands in certain parts of the brain cells per cell, whereas your thyroid or any other organ cell could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 the brain cells have such a high concentration. So I'm saying that that's like really good news, because you've got a straight shot as well. When you got your eyes open, it'll go straight into your brain. And this is why I'm saying that whether it's dementia or Parkinson's, and I'm just a little disappointed that, one, the studies are amazing on all these conditions, whether it's all, dementia and all these different things. I'm a little disappointed that they're not teaching people to do it correctly. I'm saying it's got to go straight through the eyes, and then also go back and around the head and all this. But the children have dramatically different behavioral characteristics, and in it. It's everything from social abilities to, I'm looking through the PubMed studies right here, repetitive behaviors and tics and various sensory overload, sleep disturbances, attention deficit, hyperactivity. All of these, across the board, generally speaking, have dramatic improvements. And it's specifically been studied in the optical window of 600 to 1300 nanometers, which is more typically 600 to 1100. And so, yes, it's working, but it's working the same way with people post-stroke or with cognitive issues. The European Society of Medicine showed in acute long COVID, they could resolve all the cases. It was 100% successful in 62 people with cognitive, complete recovery of cognitive abilities and executive function, resolution of digestive issues, and oxygen above 97% in the blood, and dyspnea resolved, which is shortness of breath. And that was 100% effective. And 60 out of the 62 got better within a single week with doing 64 to 84 minute long sessions. So we're getting so much evidence that it's working so well for brain chemistry across the board.
I have a friend with Hashimoto's. How long should I tell her to sit in front of the 200 milli whatever light?
Yeah, sure. I'm glad you ask. For your friends, I love it when people think of people they care about. That's what makes us all human. You know what I mean? Like, because it can wreck people. These kinds of conditions, Hashimoto's wrecks people, and even functional medicine doctors, and I know hundreds of them, and most of them don't really know about this to this level. And so the answer to that is, and they're just band-aiding the issue, and they never get better. And they're even just using supplements, but supplements don't get them better either. Okay, so they would go in front of it for as little as 20 minutes twice a week. There was a chronic autoimmune thyroiditis study that showed 20 minutes twice a week was associated with, after 5 weeks of treatment, 38% going medication free completely, no T4 needed at all anymore. And then but ideally, you look at biology, red light will come out every day. And so I'm saying that absolutely every day is ideal. But if you don't have time for it, 20 minutes twice a week, pretty easy shot. And if you did have time every day, up to 30 minutes twice a day, if you've got all that time, or 30, 15 minutes once a day, it really is kind of up for grabs. It's really about staying consistent, and over the thyroid, over the brain, because there's the brain thyroid connection that people don't talk about, and over the organs, over the gut. Absolutely. And they should expect dramatic improvement in those studies. I'll tell you that specific study that I'm referencing, and I could show you is it a good idea for me to share screen at all, or do you prefer just not? And
you're welcome to.
Yeah. So I could show that, but so you can see the published data, because it's sometimes it kind of is hard to believe. So in that specific study, they used selenium and vitamin D3. So you would combine those if you wanted to replicate that and get that same result. And so I always try to encourage people to do the study in the same way that it was performed in, clinically. And then the other study on Hashimoto's, they tested a group with and without red light, and which they did in the other study. But what they found was that the group that took the red light, it was 70 times more effective. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here. This was here. Ready? Share screen. Okay, there we go. Sorry, that's beeping. So see this here. This one was the one I was referencing. So it's 96% in 12 months, and it was selenium and vitamin D, and that was for Hashimoto's. And here, it wasn't a small study. It was 98 women, 97 actually completed it. So one fell off. Poor woman. We'll give her a pat on the back. Age 20 to 50 years old, and one group gets the photobiomodulation, which is red light therapy, and supplements, and group 2 gets supplements only. And it's 820 nanometers. So that's near infrared. That's invisible. Like, you're seeing red light, but you can't see near infrared. It's invisible. And then 200 milliwatts of power. And it was twice weekly for 3 weeks. It's crazy. It wasn't long. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good to see a study about stuff like that. Is like, it's because I think, it seems like you have an earnest desire. You want to help people get through these things and not maybe use risky drugs, take care of things in a more natural way. But there are a lot of people out there who prefer to see, like, all right, but I want to, like, what's John Hopkins have to say about this? What does the Mayo Clinic have to say? And so it is reassuring to see that. I don't know how much they've made a foray into the P thing, but
exactly. Yeah, they'll railroad that, but red light is very, very well accepted. And yes, the main clinics will all tell you, yes, it's great. Whether it's Cleveland Clinic or St. Jude's Hospital, they will give you a rave review on it. My frustration with St. Jude's is that they're not using it properly. They're using it to remediate the side effects of chemo instead of using it as a photodynamic therapy to cause apoptosis of cancer cells, which is heavily proven and very effective. And this is like methylene blue. You guys would have heard of methylene blue.
Mm-hmm. I saw RFK drinking some blue liquid. That's what that is, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What are you kind of familiar? Yeah.
You can treat fish with it.
Oh yeah.
That's how I'm familiar with it. I keep fish.
Oh, that's interesting.
Have you ever sampled, Woody? Ever dip a finger? No. You get Smurf lips.
And does it make him like better or something?
Yeah, there are certain, I think it's fungal diseases they get. It's been a while since I kept freshwater fish, but they get, it's not ick, it's some other, like, you can see it growing on their fins, and it turns the whole tank blue, and it helps them get better.
Wow, that's super interesting. I didn't know that. And so if you take methylene blue before you get in front of red light, it's called a photosensitizer, and so it's going to absorb into the bad cells, let's say that, and then the light becomes even more strong, and because the cells are more sensitive to it hypersensitizes them to light, and then it dramatically causes an increase in the body's ability to shut down these negative cells, like the tumor cells. It's called a very selective and accelerated form of apoptosis, where they will selectively target and create reactive oxygen species like singlet oxygen, and that will target these disease cells. And there are thousands of studies on photodynamic therapy now for cancer, and it is, published in the Lancet Oncology and major journals now, and all over PubMed. And you kind of would not expect that. By the way, that was the study, if you want to flash that up, that was showing that the supplements were 70 times more effective once red light was combined in this thyroid study, and 15 times better at reducing medication needs. And so then this one was showing a 90 to 100% healing. So this was 75% of ulcers reaching 90 to 100% healing after 90 days. That was diabetic foot ulcers. And so this is straight from the peer-reviewed studies. This is straight off NIH. But I wanted to show you the photodynamic therapy here. That was the one I was mentioning with the childhood myopia and with the 6,400 children. Red light therapy is more effective than traditional myopia treatment. So, you could literally, prevent issues in the family by having a single red light device in the home that your child uses, that you use, that your grandchildren use. It's really a special thing. But this photodynamic therapy is all about damaging the cancer cells' mitochondrial DNA and leaving the main DNA in the cell's nucleus untouched. Okay,
so something with this kind of stuff, like, I always am curious, has there been any attempt from the like large pharmaceutical companies to lean on the American Medical Association to make red light devices a medical device, which for anyone out there, when something is made a medical device, it now has a huge number of stringent requirements, and usually only very large companies can afford to do that. Like, are they, because when I hear stuff like this, it's like really remarkable. My thought is always like, all right, are Pfizer, P&G, are they trying to get, not P&G, but Pfizer and these others, are they trying to get in? Are they trying to keep other people out of this because they see potential, or are they going, oh, that's silly, we don't need to get involved?
It's a good question. My thinking on that is that I don't know if they tried to kind of commandeer it or not, but I do know that there's just so little. I feel like they kind of pushed it to certain things that then meant that the net effect is still not near as good as what it could be. So like, let's say if you're using it to offset the issues of chemotherapy, then that is helpful, but it's nowhere near as pronounced. And so I don't know whether to say that that's ignorance or whether that's malicious intent to make it so that it's still not as effective, so that they're like that, 300,000 to 1.3 million that big pharma normally profit from a cancer patient will get commandeered the more people know about what we're talking about, which is why people are watching. Why is this guy so careful with his words? Like, well, I care about my friends' channels and everything. So it's a real thing. And I that's my best guess at what they did. I think that there is certain things that you cannot mess with it, because you're talking about like nanometers of LED light. Like, can I ban a certain color of light in your house? I can't. See the problem? That's the problem I think that they've always been up against with this, because you're basically, all you could do then is start warning people against the sun completely, because that's the other way people will get this, by getting sunlight, period, at all. Like, sunlight is incredibly healing for the body, obviously. And the sunrise and sunset have the complete red tint and will give you like many of the various benefits we're talking about. There is a major difference though, which you'll see in some of the studies I'm showing, but because it's much higher radiance, up to 40 times the strength of the sun. Yeah. So that helps you understand why these outcomes are so dramatic. Because I mean, think about, I've been talking about thyroid. What's the one area that's not covered in most people? It's the thyroid is exposed, people are outside. Why isn't it working? Well, it's not, it's much more powerful. It's just a reality. But yeah, I don't think they can mess with it. That's what I think.
Okay. How did you get into medicine?
Thanks for asking, man. So as a kid, I was very kind of obsessed with humanitarian related issues. I saw a World Vision commercial when I was about 7, and my mom, kind of saw me as a bucket of tears and telling her that we need to sponsor a child. And she said, well, you have to do that if you want to do that. And I said, but she wanted to help me, but she wanted me to take the initiative. And so I started delivering newspapers so that I could pay for these 2 children for the next 15 years. But that was like a starting point for me to connect. Okay, if there's a problem, you can be a part of the solution and you could do things that will make a difference. So every research project I got from grade 6 onwards was always, global poverty and development, human trafficking, and what are the solutions? And so by age 17, I became an ambassador for World Vision. And one of my first trips on a plane was to Tanzania, Africa. And I was kind of thrown into that, and then wanted to get some degrees that would back that. So I got a degree with a double major in journalism and media production so that I could cover these world issues and help shed light on things that related to people suffering and solutions, so that we could just make the world better, see less people starve, see less people, less children get trafficked, see these things that everyone really wants, is so fundamental to all of us as humans. And I do a lot of education in schools and learned how to do public speaking and get in front of people, even though I was this incredibly shy child that had a lot of public fears, and just kind of felt like, well, if I didn't master that, then I would never be able to do what I wanted to do and never be able to make a difference. So then I ended up getting a postgraduate degree and then in education, but I then had a lot of health issues. So I was starting to investigate my own health issues. My doctors didn't know anything, and they started telling me that they didn't. And that helped me understand that I needed to work this out, or that there was no solutions. And Barbara O'Neill, if that name rings a bell, she was like my first naturopath in Australia. There's a kind of people that are listening, so a lot of them will know that name. A very famous Australian naturopath, because she was basically thrown out of Australia. But I ended up going into, I was about 12 years ago or so, The Truth About Cancer. I was a producer on that film, and we traveled around the world to document the most successful case studies and, connect with hundreds of different doctors around the country and around the world. And my eyes were opened, from my mid-20s onwards, deep into the health arena, and using my abilities in investigation, and kind of took that role of a bit of a Sherlock Holmes of disease to crack the code on what was causing the issue and how to solve it. And fast forward to today, I ended up in a position where I get asked frequently to train doctors in regenerative and progressive therapies, red light included, but many different therapies. And my resources that have been viewed by hundreds of millions of people are getting used by lay people and medical professionals alike. So yeah, that's the kind of thing.
So you're kind of a self-taught doctor?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever worry you're missing something? There's some holes in what you know?
Yeah, I do. I do. I think that I think everyone should feel that way. I think that every medical doctor should be aware that they only got 32 hours of nutritional training, and so they are basically pharmacists. But if you're a medical doctor, at least you've got a head for reading studies, but it doesn't mean you know how to think laterally and think creatively and be able to connect the dots. And I honestly think that's why a lot of the top doctors that will look to other people that are not medical doctors, and why certain people that know how to explain something or crack the code on it are becoming very sought after for their information. So, but yeah, I still think that there's certain things that I would say, okay, look, I don't know all these drug interactions. That's not my field. I know these things and how they work, and I could research and work out those drug interactions, but I don't have all that thousands of hours in study of those drug interactions. Whereas, so I'd love to call in help and support, but I think everyone should have that humility, and I hope that I have it myself. But I would say all because we all have these weaknesses.
Mm-hmm. Something I wanted to Ozempic.
Oh,
awesome, right? Making people skinny.
Yeah, look, I am a little puzzled on that one. I think it is still quite a Faustian bargain, right? So you know what I'm talking about, like he kind of sells his soul for the.
You think there might be stuff down the line for a lot of these people? Because I thought it was really new, and then people told me no, they've been using this in small bits for many years, and so they kind of knew a few side effects.
Yeah, and like Novo Nordisk is the company, right? There's tens of thousands of lawsuits against them for all kinds of paralysis of the gut and various issues that are very bad. And I think I definitely am not crazy black and white on this issue. I have been in the past. I think that there's a case for that. Maybe I should be. I could see how if somebody was morbidly obese and they used it and they got they got in shape, and then, okay, there's something to be said for that. But was there another way that was better? I would say yes, 100%. And
willpower would be the best one. But if it's versus some 400-pound guy dying of diabetes, or risking perhaps a small chance that his gut gets paralyzed or some shit, it's probably a net good, because we're full of enormous, great big fat people, and
betting on a 400-pound guy to come up with the willpower he needs to get fit is so long odds.
Yeah, that ship is so far out to sea. It's so far. It's already arrived and on the way back. There's no doing it.
But I wouldn't do that. Because I think that you guys might have the assumption that my approach would be willpower, but it wouldn't be either.
I'm listening.
Yeah, cool. I would use photonic lipolysis, which is, guess what, right? Red light. It does break open the fat cells. It does drain them out, and it is being used instead of liposuction, and it is incredibly effective, and for multiple reasons. Because one, it is reducing the swelling, so the edema, the water retention, and it's breaking through fat cells and doing that photonic lipolysis, piercing it and draining out the fat cells, and it's really cool. And like, if you look at the chiropractic clinics that are using it, and what they're reporting is typically first sitting is 1 to 3 inches, but the clinical studies over a few weeks are typically around 5-6 inches, just in a few weeks, no diet change, right? So I'm not even betting on people's willpower. The thyroid study that I just showed you specifically, like, pull that up again if you don't mind. Like, look at what it says there for that. Okay, so do you see how it's saying results? Group 1 showed significantly greater improvements in TV normalization and weight loss, and reductions in body mass index, waist to hip circumference, waist to hip ratio, and then the thyroid stimulating hormone, etc. So that's another example of the fact that once you modulate and fix the thyroid, then you can fix that issue as well, like the weight gain issue. And by the way, when I talk about wavelengths, these are not all of the wavelengths, but these are, from all my research, 9 of the most proven wavelengths for different conditions, because they penetrate different levels. And so, like, let's say if it was fat loss or thyroid function, to get to each of these layers is typically the key, and to hit it all at once, because that's what you see in sunlight. You see multiple wavelengths. And then, so like 480 is blue. It's going to get the acne and rosacea and eczema and all the things related to skin and skin bacteria. 590 is going to get hyperpigmentation, collagen production, wrinkles, fine lines. 630 goes a bit deeper again. So you're going to epidermis, dermis, subcutaneous tissue, muscle, bone, and interior tissues, with then all into the near infrared. And then if you track the studies, but these are the studies done on specifically red light and how it's driving stem cell production. So I talked about urine and stem cells, but I know that some people do that, some people will not, and maybe that ratio is stronger.
I got to tell you, I'm more enticed by losing weight by changing light bulbs than I am with the urine thing.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
It's more tempting. I'm about to look on Amazon and be like, can I replace all my light bulbs with this? And then just walk around positively feasting.
Oh, that's awesome. Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah. And by the way, I don't think any of those studies are with people changing the light bulbs in their house, even though I'd recommend that. It's in standing in front of something like what I've got behind me. But because like they're still too far away if they're on your roof. But it is a really great idea because it's no longer toxic. But yes, so stem cells, you're going to drive them with red light and help produce them, which is really amazing considering that is such an expensive therapy. Like, I mean, I've spent about $150,000 on stem cells on family members when I was desperate and I had no other options, like my wife, my in-laws, my dad, knees multiple times, everything failed on his knees. Red light on his knees did fix the issue when the others didn't, and they were painful and they cost a lot. But anyway, this is an interesting study showing that they do generate stem cells, proliferate and differentiate, which means to mature a stem cell. But then, there's lots of great studies now that have been done on all different types of cancer and different wavelengths that are working for those conditions. Like that prostate cancer study in the Lancet Oncology found like it was 49% going to remission in the red light group and 13.5% in the non-red light group. Is about close to 400% increase. But you see all these different conditions, whether it's fibromyalgia or mitochondrial health, diabetes, eyesight, and different wavelengths proven because they're getting to different levels. Hashimoto's, like we talked about, all these different types of cancer and melanoma.
Is it ever too late for one's eyes?
I don't think so. Dude, I've got great examples of that. There's a woman, Joanne. She's 92, and she was taken care of by this woman, Nita, who got a red light product from us, and she put it in front of her eyes. She didn't know what was going on, and Like she literally the same day then is looking at her TV and says, what happened to my TV? And she starts getting a little bit frantic to her carer. What happened to my TV? Come and tell me what happened to my TV. And they're just saying, what are you talking about? What do you mean what happened to your TV? And she said, I can read it. Somebody changed my TV, and who did this? And so for the first time in 6 years within the same day, because remember the study I referenced, 17% improvement in eyesight could mean the difference between reading and not, and that was for her. And so, yeah,
she would make this prescription not work if it does work.
Yeah, yes, but what will happen is you will keep pushing your development will keep getting pushed out by your prescription. So you'll be fighting against yourself because you're training your eyes out of what they're doing instead of training them into it. I don't know a lot on this certain part I'm about to talk about, but I would recommend it based on what I've seen. It's just like these little glasses that have little tiny holes in them. Have you seen those?
No.
And you put them on, you'll just Google that, you'll find them, but you're just basically looking through these tiny holes, and it's training your eyes, you're strengthening the eyes, their ability to focus. It makes sense to me. I'm not an expert in it, but I've heard great things. But anyway, the red light was the one that was proven. But if you in this particular study, but yeah, and this woman, right? So she's 92 going on 93 and happens to have a big collection of issues, like as you would at that age. And she has complete loss of peripheral vision. So she's only seeing out of tunnels, right? Like this. Mm-hmm. And now she has complete peripheral vision. I'm not going to go make a claim and say, well, I know for sure and everyone's guaranteed. I just observed this and I've seen it. There's lots of studies on macular degeneration, which she had. And it's by far the best thing. I've never seen anything compare remotely to red light for all types of eye issues. And then the other thing was she had nerve pain in her feet that made her not be able to sleep. And she resolved that too. So completely. So she's a happy woman. She's done some great videos for me.
Interesting.
And she
I never heard of
these
she
loves me.
Pinhole glasses at all. I got it. I thought for some reason I thought these were going to be like with your prescription in it, and so you could choose to look through it for important times when you're throughout the day, and then not at other times. Because I couldn't use these. I can't drive without my glasses. I can't read anything. I can't operate. I accidentally knocked my glasses off my end table in the middle of the night under my bed, and it was an absolute excursion. The next morning, trying to be like I was fumbling. I was closing my bad eye trying to get close. It was really frustrating. But
dude,
I think about that a lot with you.
Good eyes.
It's not too late. I tell my girlfriend sometimes when like she can't lift a heavy box or she's not willing to kill like a bug or something. I'm like, this is why I got to abandon you when the hard times happen. And what I'm talking about is like if there were an apocalypse scenario, like asteroid hits the Midwest and now we're living in the gray. And the sun hasn't risen in 4 years. I'm like, I got to leave you behind. You can't keep up with me. You're gonna drag me down. I'm gonna have to be defending your honor every time we bump into another person. Like, I can't take you with me.
That's very
feel the same way. Well, I mean, it's realistic. I feel the same way about Taylor though with the eyesight. I feel like it's a real liability, Taylor. I'd always be worried. Like, if you drop the glasses, like we're out on patrol looking for clean water, and you break one of your lenses. I'm like, fuck, he's this far away from just being disabled.
I'd have 3 pairs of glasses. Around. Oh, and you wouldn't do that. I think you'd get sick of that after a couple of days and you'd leave me in the woods.
That's what I'm saying. I'd be like, Taylor, I hear something. I'm gonna go check it out. Stay here and be quiet. And then you'd never see me again.
I'd hold on to the back of your coat. I wouldn't let you get away.
He wouldn't have seen you when you told him to stay there.
Yeah, he was gonna
be like, Taylor, wait here. Who's there?
I'm voting on Kyle I'm voting on Kyle being the biggest lover and just saying, Tyler, I will die before I leave you, brother. And just the tears streaming down his face and this massive bromance hug that lasts forever.
He wouldn't abandon me. He talks big here, but you wouldn't abandon me, brother.
I'd be gone, bro. I'd be gone. like I'd be like, you didn't have a backup pair just in case something would happen. You're like, I was always careful with my frames. I was like, well, now you're a blind man in the apocalypse. You're like a fucking Twilight Zone episode. I have to leave.
I like to think I could survive. I could survive a little bit in one of the post-apocalyptic groups by just like alluding to the fact that I was a doctor, and they'd be like, "That checks out. He's got specs." And then the first time someone's like, "They're like, dude, we need a Dr. Taylor," I'm like, I never actually claimed that. I'd be like, we need some red light. We need some red light on this wound. Like, man, Taylor sucks as a doctor. He's the worst. His supplies are leaves and sticks he gathered.
Dude, fake it till you make it, bro. It's the only way to survive in the apocalypse, clearly.
It's gotta be.
The worst would be diabetes, though. Like if you had diabetes, I'd immediately. Where are we gonna get insulin? Where are we gonna get you more insulin? It's hard to get insulin in America.
You'd be dead before it kicked off if you were like if you had like real bad beatus.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd have no chance. Those people go into a diabetic coma after a few days when they're insulin.
You'd be in a coma before shit happened.
Yeah, exactly. You'd have to go hardcore on some therapies that could work. It's Dr. Gabriel Cousins from. He has seen it was a smaller ratio. It was like 23% of his type 1 diabetes patients go into remission, complete remission, which you never hear of type 1 going into remission. But he's a medical doctor, and so when they say stuff like that, it's not like he's saying like I cure everyone, and he didn't obviously use the word cure either. But that's interesting. And there's a lot more information coming out, even on like rats when they're exposed to nicotine, they don't get type 1 diabetes, but they do. Like it's a protective measure against it, and so it's giving us clues as to what happened and the damage, and we're using certain tools to reverse it. Yeah. So anyway,
keeping your diabetes at bay, Kyle.
Yeah, this is keeping my beatus at bay right here. This is just a little nicotine to tide me over, keep me safe. And also, like, I think nicotine. I think plants make nicotine as to kill bugs. And I think it's so. I would imagine it's good for parasites too, Woody. Like theoretically, like
good thinking.
Whenever you should pick up smoking. I'm just saying, like maybe a cigar a day. Just you puff them. Just like Schwarzenegger. It's also like nothing makes a man look more manly than a big old stogie.
It helps with weight loss too, but not as much as meth.
But I see, Carl, you're right. Actually, I'm surprised.
It's true that.
I'm surprised when Kyle's right as well.
Which part was I right about?
Okay. While nicotine and tobacco extracts have been traditionally and historically used for veterinary medicine for their anti-parasitic properties, well, then they try to say there's no good modern data to support their safe and effective use for treating human infection parasites. But but then nicotine is saying it's a toxin, attempting to self-medicate, leading to problems. But you know what? There's so many studies to the contrary. Whether you look at like low hearing, Parkinson's, dementia, depression, anxiety, Tourette syndrome, autism, specifically with nicotine being therapeutic to work.
And we talked about the Alzheimer's part of it before. Kyle and I are battling back. We won't take this laying down. We will not have Alzheimer's.
But I'll tell you one reason
as our lungs
you guys
explode.
are completely wrong on this. You want Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is a pleasurable trip for you. It's everyone else who suffers.
Yeah.
Maybe, actually.
True. I don't know. Sometimes they have that moment where they're really afraid, though, because they don't know where they are.
Yeah, exactly.
They have hanging mouth.
Yeah, you got kidnapped and just put somewhere random. Like
knowing where you are is so overrated.
You don't get to pick what's on TV ever. Because then you can just like, if I'm sitting there with someone with Alzheimer's and they're like, I want to watch baseball, and I turn hockey on and they're like 10 minutes later, like, this isn't the baseball game. I'm like, you demanded hockey. You demanded it.
No, I did.
No, I didn't. It's like, oh, quiet. You know what? I'm giving, and then I go put a sheet over them like a bird cage.
No one spends time with you when you have Alzheimer's. You're just a burden. They put you in front of the TV and leave you alone.
Because the time is virtually worthless, seemingly. Because, like this person is going to have X amount of minutes before they reset. So it's like, maybe you could glean something from them, but it's mostly going to be tragedy. Like, if I had Alzheimer's, I immediately want to be put down. Like Lenny. Like just put me down. I don't want to see it coming. Bison Men, he shoots Lenny. Bison Men, the simple-minded fellow that Gary Sinise has to cap him in the movie. That's what I want. That's what I want.
No, you don't want that. I'll tell you why. Because it's completely reversible, okay? And that's the problem. And I could tell you what's causing it, what's driving it, and how to reverse it. And there are countless cases of it getting reversed. And I feel like that's just mediocrity, saying, give me a bullet, because you don't actually believe you could reverse it.
So how would you reverse Alzheimer's?
Okay. So one thing is like there's a few different things that are driving it, right? And it could be heavy metals, it could be parasites, it could be gluten from the hybridized genetically modified chemical mutagenesis wheat that we're taking and it's piercing through the intestinal lining, leaky gut, intestinal permeability, going to the bloodstream, causing leaky brain, going to the brain. That one's big. And so I've seen cases where medical doctors have got dementia themselves and then gone, well, I'm a conventional doctor. What do I do to fix this, while they're kind of half there but trying to work out their way back out of it. Like Dr. Kathleen Toops, who was trained under Dr. Dale Bredesen, she completely reversed her dementia. And she had 3 words while she was conducting Alzheimer's clinical trials. Remember these 3 words. And then she's going, what are these 3 words? Why can't I remember the 3 words? And that's how she knew, I've got this. And so, yeah, can't back up a car anymore, can't parallel park, can't remember her credit card number.
What was the name again?
Yeah, I bet she was a great parker before this.
Yeah. There's a person named Catherine who can't back up a car.
Out of the park. I can't drive anymore. Oh wow.
Yeah, Dr.
She fixed it with testosterone treatment.
Yeah. So, and then that would be another one. And so she completely reversed it. She had multiple chemical sensitivities. So which is basically just toxins. That's all it is, a whole array of toxins. And then, sealing up and healing the gut with probiotics and digestive enzymes and fulvic minerals, not folic, fulvic, which will help repair the gut lining because it's super high density nutrients, about 100 micronutrients in it, 71 minerals. So then you get off the inflammatory foods, you take heavy metal detoxifiers. It could be a zeolite or a microsomal or some kind of EDTA that would help to chelate the metals out. You go after the parasites that are driving a lot of this dementia and do a parasite cleanse. You could use ivermectin, but you could also look at natural ones that use black walnut hulls, green harvested, wormwood, clove, and other great antiparasitics. Then the one that I like the most, which is one that you referred to, and the big driver, I'm telling you, if there's any one chemical that's more behind this than anything else, like what are we doing all the time that could be contributing to this? If we just had one little thing in it that had an effect on the brain, and if it was in the food all the time and we ate it all the time, then we would basically ensuring the degradation of our mind, and that would be the pesticides, which is where glyphosate has had a whopping $11 billion in lawsuits won against them, and 100,000 cases won, 50,000 cases pending. And what is it? And now here's the best question to ask, because then you say glyphosate's the issue, and then glyphosate is just like some random word that some company made up, which is basically like the reinvention of IG Farben, who ran the concentration camps in Germany. Thank you, Monsanto and Bayer, and the wicked kind of system that literally does not care about you at all. And guess how they're feeding the medical system? By poisoning the people so that you need the drugs. And that's why, look, what's the medical symbol? It's a serpent. And
do we have like evidence of, so like what's a big country that doesn't use glyphosate? Like does maybe does like Japan not allow it? And we can look and see like, oh, these people eat it way less, we eat it way more, or like,
yes.
But also the lifestyles are so disparate there anyway. And then genetic differences between someone in a German and a Japanese person. I don't know. Oh, Italy doesn't use anything with
Mexico,
glyphosate?
Vietnam, Germany.
I wish Mexico didn't. There'd be definitely some regions in all areas. Like apparently that, Luxembourg has a ban and Denmark has a ban. Germany, some parts of Germany and Italy have certain bans on that. And you're right about the fact that we should go deeper into that data to find examples. But there are no countries that entirely free of pesticide use nationwide. So therefore, we're kind of a little stuck with getting that data if you wanted to get it from a country. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But this really interesting factor here, what is it made out of? And that's the reason why nicotine works. Okay, what do you think they might be made out of? What would poison, and I'm not trying to get everyone to guess here, but like what would it be that would poison the pests and that works so effectively at killing the pest, but somehow not kill you immediately, but actually kill you over time? It's they're using synthetic compounds of wasp, spider, snake, scorpion, cone snail venoms, and they're the world leading patent holders for animal venoms as pesticides.
So the animal venoms are what they derive glyphosate from, and that, you know, the bugs don't like being around that, and so they just don't touch the corn.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, I believe that. That's how fucking that's how insecticides work.
Most companies.
I always thought of it as an herbicide. I didn't even know it had insecticide uses. Because I know I think of Roundup. You know, Roundup.
Yeah, Roundup. Yeah.
Isn't that what glyphosate is? Roundup.
Yes. I'm guessing because I've never heard of it used as a pesticide, but if you're saying it is, I'm guessing that it works for that too. Maybe at a different dose or different delivery method.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just make sure. Yeah, you're right that it is primarily a herbicide, but and so I may have used a bit of a blanket term there. It's glyphosate is a widely used chemical herbicide that kills weeds by blocking this enzyme that is essential for plant growth. And then the question of herbicide or pesticide, and like there's insecticides and fungicides. And glyphosate is a type of pesticide, so it's very nuanced. But yes, it is a type of pesticide. But like if you look at the rats that Seralini had, where he like got rats to eat the glyphosate, and then those that didn't, hey, come in, and then he got those that didn't, and then they ended up like filling up with tumors all over their bodies, and because when the venoms go in the body, you can come in, I'll give you a hug. Why'd you get out of bed? Okay. Look at this beautiful boy.
No glyphosate for him.
Yeah, I know, right? As much as possible, but I'm sure he's got it in him, right? Because, you know, we eat out sometimes, and so, but nicotine, that's the reason why it's working for dementia, because there are alpha-7 nicotinic acetylcholine receptors in the brain. So they're going to bind to those receptors, and so you compete for it. But the reason why a lot of people aren't getting as well as they could is they're not pairing it with EDTA or something that would break the disulfide bonds of the venom so it can't reattach. So you got to think about something that will remove it out of the body. Red light will help do that as well, and that's why it's really really effective for helping the cells through the mitochondria. So I'll explain this mechanism because it's why it's so relevant, it's why it's so effective for all different conditions. Red light is getting picked up with receptors in the body like chromophores, and they're going into the mitochondria to produce ATP, adenosine triphosphate. When cells have this energy, they store it like a battery, use it immediately for all cellular function. And then that's how they get better. That's how they go and repair. That's how they detoxify. So they will inherently find the toxins and get them out. And that's why red light is proven to degrade formaldehyde out of the brain specifically. And that's why it is one of the mechanisms why it's working for Alzheimer's. But it's also because it's oxygenating the brain. It's causing oxygen to the brain cells. And your reliance on oxygen is so critical. That's why you're breathing more than anything else. You breathe more than you drink water, more than you eat, in a ratio that is dramatically different, right? You could live a couple months without food, potentially, but a couple minutes without oxygen. And so, and that's how critical it is for the cells and cellular function. And what red light does is it helps the cells undergo the complete cycle of their respiration. So cells breathe. The reason why you're breathing so much is because your cells need to breathe. And when they lack light, then they can't complete these cycles, which cause them to be able to produce important gases like nitric oxide that cause you to actually have oxygen in your blood and in your organs. And that's why it's so effective. That's why it's working post-stroke, and why I was just covering a case with it was in the British Medical Journal. The baby had a stroke when she was born. At 9 years old, she gets treated by red light. Within 3 weeks, she's now become a normal child that did not have normal social abilities, and then has now got normal social abilities and normal test scores. By 3 months, she had really completed that cycle. And it's all to do with oxygenation of the brain. And once you interface with the mitochondrial function, it will go and detoxify glyphosate out of the brain. And if I'm right about the animal venom, so you notice how I connect dots, then go and look at red light studies on envenomation, and you'll find the Bothrops asper snake was one case study where they used red light, and it was extremely effective against envenomation. And that would have been through the mitochondrial function, but they specifically showed it dropped the myotoxicity, the edema, the swelling, and all the toxic markers associated.
How much are we all full of parasites?
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah,
if we take some of that black walnut oil or whatever you said earlier, will most of us, will you even notice it in your poop? Or would you like fill a bowl with worms and
you might. It's most are not visible, and if they're in the stool, then you won't know unless somehow they come out isolated. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people that done parasite cleanses are probably laughing because they end up getting really curious and trying to get a stick and break up their stool to try to find a parasite in there.
Wow, vile.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. I'd never have done that. Yeah,
I would just be like, I bet it worked. Like, I feel better all standing there with a coat hanger. I'm like, I feel better already, actually.
But okay, I'll give you an indicator though. You could often tell by the smell. There's a strong smell that is different, and a putrid smell that is kind of like something.
Taylor, you're eat up with parasites.
What
you want to do?
Yeah, that's so funny.
My girlfriend's been
like, parasites sometimes make it where when you poop, you have to wipe your whole ass.
Your hip.
These damned parasites got shit water on my lower back.
Yeah. So yes, parasites are bad, man, and they're systemic, and like just Toxoplasma gondii. That's one parasite. You know how many Americans?
It's the cat one.
Yes, exactly. How many Americans do you think might be estimated to be infected by that one of hundreds of parasites common in humans?
It would have to be millions because of all the cat ladies who live around the
dirty cat lady.
At least 60 million, right? So that's CDC, right? So, and then those 60 million become carriers as well.
Wait, that's like in America, it's 60 million?
Yes, just in America.
Well, that's fucking. There's only 350 million of us.
I know. So
it's like 17% or something.
It's a zombie apocalypse, bro. And
it is another win for dog people.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Are there? I hope Toby didn't give me any worms.
He's I mean,
we live pretty close. Like we share a bed.
If he's
got him, I got him.
We got to black walnut it up and
yeah. You can get on the parasite cleanses, and when you combine red light with parasite cleansing, it becomes a form of photodynamic therapy, specifically a parasite-related photodynamic therapy. Extremely effective because red light is proven in and of itself to kill intracellular parasites, and so it's a really great combo because a lot of people try to do parasite cleanses and they never beat it, and they suffer still. And I think there's a lack of knowledge. And I get one of the like the Nobel Prize was won for artemisinin, sweet wormwood, which is what is ivermectin. So you can actually get the original artemisinin, and that is a photosensitizer. So it's activated by red light like methylene blue, which some studies are showing a 99 to 100% reduction in tumors with the presence of methylene blue. Certain types of cancer easier than others, but all showing a dramatic response in the clinical studies on photodynamic therapy with methylene blue. So
I saw like some post about the parasite thing months and months ago, and I know it was because I was high. Because at the time, I was watching the video and the guy's talking about parasites and everybody's got these and you never do anything to get rid of them. And I'm like, oh my gosh, is the appropriate amount of time to flush parasites not once ever? Because that's where I'm at. Like, is the appropriate time never ever? And like, I just got in my head high, like, oh, what kind of baddies are living in me? And then I woke up and was like, I feel fine. I'm probably good.
What kind of parasites could you have? Like, what could you have?
Maybe you just eat dirty food. Accident.
Well, giant roundworm. Do you know how many people worldwide are infected with giant roundworm?
Well, they eat that raw pork. Like,
roundworm.
I saw that guy. His legs were like, there was more roundworm in his legs than there were legs. He had eaten so much uncooked pork.
Oh my goodness! I just looked up the number: 807 million to 1.2 billion.
I was going to say 1 billion, and I was right in the middle. So, yep.
Holy cow!
And that's just one parasite. Okay, thousands of parasites, hundreds that are common in humans. And when you get a parasite test done, they don't test for the main categories. They're testing certain isolated categories that mean that people test negative when they're actually positive. I remember a woman, Natalia Voloshin, she had vasculitis, Hashimoto's thyroiditis, myositis, and rheumatoid arthritis. So 4 conditions. Before that, she was pretty healthy. She remembers eating ceviche in South America. Then health went downhill.
Strike one.
Yeah. I know. Does 2 parasite tests, test negative, spends $200,000 over the course of 5.5 years trying to get better, is in a wheelchair, her legs are going gangrene, gets told, she's at Cleveland Clinic, gets told that in 2 weeks, you're going to have both your legs amputated unless you go on high-dose chemo and steroids. She finds a documentary I put out called Autoimmune Secrets. She is at that point, she's seen 30 specialists. About half of them are functional medicine doctors and naturopaths. The other half are conventional. She watches my documentary series and orders a protocol I created with my company, Well of Life, gets on 2 bundles I created, one called the Gut Renewal Bundle, the other one, the Ultimate Detox Bundle, which uses mimosa pudica seed 10-to-1 extract, green harvested black walnut hulls. And so it was a parasite cleanse with fulvic acid as a toxi binder, with dandelion root, milk thistle, liver cleansing, toxin cleansing. Within 3 months, well, 1, she didn't have to get legs amputated. 2, within a few months, then she starts seeing parasites and her whole body just starts changing, even though she tested negative twice. And I said, ignore the test. And by a few months in, she's back to swimming, cycling, Pilates. And I went and filmed with her 5 years ago in Delray. And she was Estonian. She came to America and she had to work so hard for her career. She had to be smarter than men to be able to accelerate in a world that didn't allow for that. 3 people had to take her position when she had to resign from her career. She was very smart. So her documentation was very articulate and her way to articulate was amazing. So we covered that, but it really inspired me to know what's possible. So that was just parasite cleansing and heavy metal cleansing. And she went from having these 4 conditions. And when she got off chemo and steroids, they said, well, instead of every 2 weeks, we've got to test you every week. And her blood work normalized. And without those, and they said, we can't explain this. And she said, this is what I'm doing. She showed the supplements. And so, yes, these things happen if you just go after the right culprit.
Do you avoid stuff like tuna and stuff that has like mercury in it at higher rates? Or are you like, nah, it's fine as a treat?
I avoid it, but if I was like having it one-off, I wouldn't get obsessed about it. And I'm generally vegetarian unless somebody's made something out of the goodness of their heart and wants to serve me it. I kind of would pretend that I'm not vegetarian to be hospitable, but I
like that a lot. More vegetarians need to take a little page from that book where they'll be like, I can't eat that. And it's like, yeah, but grandma really worked on it. So fucking eat it.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. The one where I can't bend on is pork, pig. That one's, and maybe that's because of the parasite count or something. I just can't, but other than that, yes, I will concede.
Pigs are that much worse? I know I've always heard that, but pork is so tasty. I don't want to give it up.
Yeah, but okay. So if you watch the National Geographic films on how parasites take over the brains of animals, so they can't even control their own actions anymore. Like ants will go march the opposite direction of where they're supposed to be going and hang themselves out of flowers and wait to get eaten by a cow so they can transfer into the liver of the cow. It's the same reason why the Toxoplasma gondii gives you a fearlessness against cats. I mean, for mice, so they become fearless around cats, and they're like, "Come on, like you're my friend, right?" And it's because the parasite wants to transfer, and the mouse normally would have had that aversion. By the way, if you have Toxoplasma gondii or toxoplasmosis, you are 7.13 times more likely to attempt suicide than if you did not have it. So the certain directions to certain foods are very parasite driven. Excessively sweet foods, excessively salty foods, other foods that contain more parasites, we are driven by these parasites, and from my research, in my opinion.
Interesting. Yeah, we've talked about the like zombie ants and zombie bugs that get that fungus, and I did hear that shit about rats turning into idiots when they get it and just like feeding themselves to cats. And it's spooky because you don't want it, because it's easy to be like, yeah, but that's like dumb animals. Like I would know if something was making me binge eat all the time. And it's like, no, that's just me not having discipline. Who knows? Maybe I can offload this. This is parasites. It's not me.
Watch what happens when you remove parasites. Watch what happens to your addictions and your cravings. It's night and day. And watch what happens to your mood. And if you go on Amazon and just look up parasite cleanse and read the comments under the ones with good reviews, and they will say the craziest stuff in there that has nothing to do with what you would have thought, like people getting off depression, anxiety medications across the board, and food cravings and addictions disappearing. And so, yeah, like,
well, what's the reason that this isn't like, because like this is like anti-parasite stuff is like real medicine, like parasites are real. What's the reason that doctors don't prescribe that more, or don't assume that more? Like, oh, you have problems consistent with these parasites, we should check for it.
Yeah, because root cause medicine is being thrown out the window, and drugs like this is the Carnegie Rockefeller One World Order, New World Order of the medical system, like which was connected to the Flexner Report of 1910, where they literally just destroyed naturopathic medicine in the world and sought to squash everything and then shower money on the petrochemical drug revolution. And so we completely lost it, and it was all built in the financial system. And then like a lot of us over the years have almost been running for our lives. I'm not even exaggerating. And if I told you the stories, and if you read the history, but also people that I've known, and still a lot of us are puzzled, like, did they just die of natural causes, or was it foul play? And I'm not the guy that would ask that unless there was enough facts that were suspicious enough to make me wonder, because it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry, I don't know. I'm not, but certainly there have been many proven cases, and people like Harold Hoxsey was, in prison so many times, and he was a revolutionary treating governors, and, they'd try to assassinate him, and whoever was sent to do that. And he would, pull out his gun and shoot back. And, the prisoner when he was a prisoner, they would surround the prison and ask demand that he was released. And I went to his clinic in Tijuana that his daughter was running, the Hoxsey Biomedical Center. That's Harold Hoxsey. So like the history of this has been so wild over the years that that's why you don't know about these things, because the people that are more free to talk about it and believe in it aren't able to share it without being censored. But there is a bit of a revolution now where we're able to have these conversations. That's why you're even hearing about it. That's why you know about it. So I really feel like people should not take that information for granted, because your life will be that much better. And more, it's just going to be awesome. Like I've seen it so many times.
Yeah, I definitely don't know much about all this stuff at all, but we are going to hear from Red Life right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Quick pause. I need to tell you something that shocked me when I ran the numbers. I got the Red Life PEMF and light system a few weeks ago, and my sleep and back pain are already dramatically better. But here's what hit me. The average American spends $13,500 a year on healthcare, much of it inflammation related. This device costs less than 1 to 2 months of that and lasts a lifetime. That's $50,000 to $100,000 saved long-term, and you feel amazing every day. This Black Friday deal is the lowest price you are ever going to see. Go to myredlight.com, myredlight.com, and use PKA 30 on bundles or PKA 25 on individual items, but only for the next few days. Stop paying the inflammation tax. I like that. Grab it before the sale ends. Again, that is myredlight, myredlight.com, and use code PKA 30 on bundles or PKA 25 on items. Check that out. See if it's the right solution for you.
Thanks.
This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, our own little foray into the jizz biz. It's basically, Jonathan, a way to bust hard. You're talking about parasites helping people's symptoms for things and helping the root causes. The root cause of a lot of the people's woes in the bedroom is you're not busting enough, and your woman is not being like, she's like, does he even love me? That was like, I couldn't fill a thimble with that amount of cum. I bet he's seeing someone else. Ever let that happen to you. Go to GorillaMind.com, Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm, efficaciously dosed. It's a month supply here. Get in, Use code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off. And halfway through this 1 month bottle, you're going to start noticing a difference. You're going to be busting pearlescent larger loads. Keep it a secret from your loved ones so they feel like they're doing a good job. So she's like, man, I'm really giving him what he needs right now. And you're happier. She's happier. Everyone's happier. The only thing you have to do is just muscle down 6 of these rather large pills a day, 3 in the morning, 3 at night. If we were trying to fool you, we would have just told take 1, dumbass. But no, we want every one of you to bust hard. So lock and load, code PKA, code JIZ, and also any other supplements you want on GorillaMind.com, Derek's site. Be sure to check that out. And our merchandise, code PKA10, get 10% off hoodies, hats, mugs, stickers, whatever you want. Have you ever looked into that, Jonathan?
Dude.
About the science of becoming bigger?
Oh, dude, I love it. That's great. A little bit, not as much as you guys. I'm looking at the ingredients, love it, and thumbs up from me because it's going to make your health better, and that's a nice little side benefit, to say the least, for having the ladies feel impressed at their abilities in the bedroom, or how would we phrase that?
Well, that's what we went into it from the opposite side, where we were like, Derek, we want to become big. And then it turns out that there's also stuff in there that's like good for you. So, exactly. We were less interested in it.
We didn't want that. We didn't care one bit. We didn't care one bit. If it had cholesterol in it, but that made you come more, we'd have added cholesterol. But it doesn't. It doesn't.
Well, I must do like a co-merge here. Show what I got out there on the screen. Does red light increase sperm count? And yes, studies indicate that red light therapy can increase sperm motility and quality, so they're swimming better. Though evidence for
getting the light bulb in there that sucks.
Oh,
my favorite part.
Improves sperm's ability to move by boosting the mitochondrial function, which is essential for fertility. It may also decrease the number of damaged sperm cells. So the guys that maybe shouldn't make it to the egg, end up being better off, so that you've all got good players in the ring versus ones that are suffering.
You want starters. You want starters out there storming the beach. You don't want.
You ever think about that, Taylor? You're like, if I was the best sperm, like, what were those other guys working with? Jesus, fuck.
Right? That is kind of funny. Yeah,
I was a good swimmer in college, but when I was really young, I once won a race with 1 million participants.
Yeah, that's true. We all have tens of millions. I bet my sperm probably like tricked an Olympian. That's why
there were some good guys in there, but
good men, one and all. But
yeah, that one rotten cheating sperm, he made it to the egg.
Well, this dovetails so perfectly. Lock and load, bust bigger. Red light, bust cleaner. have a cleaner bust. All the losers are left in the losers get recycled back into your blood or something, right? Is that what happened?
What are you talking about? Like you vacuum them back out of her uterus into your penis and they recycle?
No, like the ones that are too bad to even get the show on.
I'm pretty sure they drip onto the sheet. I've seen it.
I don't know. We're making millions and millions of those things a day. I don't think it matters where they go. More of a shotgun approach.
That's true.
So it's interesting. Let's find out what happens to those guys.
I'm gonna try the red light thing.
Yeah,
see if it improves the lock and load results even more.
Oh, look, it is amazing. So if you want to talk about sexual performance, another comrade, you might know him, David Nino Rodriguez. Does that ring a bell to anyone?
I haven't heard of him now.
But he's got a good following, like 500,000 on YouTube, and we've done a lot together the last 12 months. But everything for him, he got off Viagra. He didn't have erectile dysfunction, but he did it for strength, performance, hardness, and there was zero need after he was doing the red light for him, and he just was like, don't need this anymore. This is way better. So then Viagra for him, I'm not making that claim, but that's what he said, unsolicited, because I was like, bro, are you sure you're fine to talk about this on air? And he's like, I was doing it for just performance. Okay.
He should have done both. He should have kept that in the rotation and the red light. He would have had a super physiological penis.
Well, he did for a while, but I don't think he really saw enough to make him really want to stick the course, because I guess there's hard and there's super hard, and then there's not super hard, and
It starts to get so hard. It hurts.
Resemble a rock. And if you did, it would be pretty useless in the bedroom. Yeah, you kind of have to just sit there slowly or something. And so, yeah, I think it's nitric oxide signaling and cytochrome C oxidase signaling. It's what's causing the oxygenation of the penis and the prostate. And these are like really like interesting aspects of the same thing that makes the eyes be able to see perfectly is the same thing that makes a heart erection. They're both nitric oxide. And you look at the same thing that makes a healthy heart is nitric oxide. And same thing that gives energy boosts is nitric oxide, because it's all about oxygen and the gas that the cells produce. So it's a really cool but given a plug to your supplement, looks great, and D3 is great, and vitamin E great, zinc, selenium, which we just talked about, vitamin D and selenium, which then means that like with red light, that was the two supplements that were in this case, you've got it in one and you've got a nice high dose on it too. And that may be the perfect, and you just have to measure it against the study, but generally speaking, you've got a really good system there that even arguably people could use it for the thyroid health in combination with red light, or just for sexual health, or just overall vitality, because the vitamin D is a really great tool, along with all the other tools you got in it, with the pygium bark extract and the sunflower lecithin, L-lysine. Good
pygium will get you leaking. That helps with pre-cum. And so you're going to notice that. You're going to be like, what the heck's going on here? It's like when you're on your last few days of the flu, where to your nose, there's a little bit of snot there, but it's not snot. It's intracellular fluid. What is it? What is it? What's the prostate make?
What does it make? Let's make sure we get that right.
I don't remember what the name of that fluid is that the sperm swims in. I should know this. Kyle, you know this.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Seminal fluid?
Seminal fluid. Yes. Prostate makes the seminal fluid, and then the sperms made in your balls swim through that. And so you have a much more comfortable ride to the egg for
I like it.
For the sperm. Yeah.
I don't think that's how it works. Well, Jonathan, thank you so much for coming on. I think we all learned a lot. I'm glad I appreciate you sending us those red lights. I'm gonna strap mine on tonight. I look forward to testing that bad boy out. It's very educational.
Oh, I appreciate it. That's really kind. Thank you. I'm honored to join you guys, and I really appreciate the opportunity to reach and touch people that may not have had another idea or solution or help. And we talked about a prostate study earlier on cancer. Like, if you go conventional methods, you have a 9 out of 10 chance. That's what it said in that published study as well. 9 out of 10 chance of erectile dysfunction. And so people are getting wiped out on these issues, and a lot of guys would prefer to die than lose their ability to perform, right? And I just feel really bad how much people suffer, and I love every opportunity I get to be able to just reach out and say, hey, look, there's a way, there's hope, there's a solution. And I really believe that people that lean into that. It's not just an idea. Their hope is based on real things that are tangible, and I appreciate you guys valuing that information. Same thing. I think I mentioned, I was either on this show or the previous one. My dad, I could not get his knees better. It's $30,000 in stem cells, and then a few $100 red light device. Then his knees are working, and he was in a lot of pain. So naturally, I'm going to spend whatever money I can, and that's all I knew at the time. Over the last 6 years. And now to see him out of pain, I feel so good. But he was always so sad to tell me 5-6 months in, hey, sorry, Jono, it didn't work. Because stem cells take about 4 months to mature. So I'd be like, don't worry, Dad, it still could work. It still could work. And then, it didn't work. This sinking feeling.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe there's people out there hearing something they want to try out, see if it's right for them. And for everyone really interested, wanting to learn more, where can they find you on YouTube and social? Yeah, absolutely. And so YouTube, look up my name, Jonathan Otto. Over on Instagram, it's jono.otto, JONNO.OTTO. You can find me on X, Jonathan Otto 17. And
And then just, look for me any place. We've got lots of great tools out there. There's a great series that we just released, like a 10-part series called it's called Regenesis, which is regenesisseries.com. So regenesisseries.com. And then most importantly, as we're talking about this, if people are interested in red light therapy products, which after what you've learned today, I hope you are, then because you should be, check out what we've got at myredlight.com. Like Taylor mentioned, use the codes PKA 30 for bundles and PKA 25. So it's a 25 and 30% off discount. It's just a short-term window for the Black Friday sales. So we want to take care of you guys. But I would share with you really quickly why that matters. Like we're supplying for medical clinics now. And like the Hope for Cancer Center, they, it's a $40,000, $50,000 treatment there, but we're helping supply now the rollout to the patients with the follow-up program. The medical doctors have such trust in me and the devices. We've got over 200 milliwatts of power at 3 inches. That's the highest tested irradiance. That's the number one thing you look for. I showed that in the studies. The other one is the wavelengths. I showed you the 9 different wavelengths. These have all 9 of the most proven wavelengths, which is unheard of. And then you've got dual LEDs, so 2 different lights coming out of the same source. You've got 42 mil chips, so that's what makes them the highest irradiance. 30-degree lens, deeper penetration. They're 50,000 rated lifespan hours, so they do actually last a lifetime under FDA Class 2 certification. And the whole family can use a single device, and 3-year warranty, 60-day money-back guarantee. You can try it risk-free, and you can do payment plans. What it costs you for 1 month is what it would cost you for a single session at a clinic. And that's a game changer, just to try something that could have such an effect on your health. And it becomes the cheapest option for your health. And so, you just get it, get on for it for 30 minutes a day. What you would spend on one supplement for the year, let's say you had a 2 supplement bundle, it would cost you the same for a single red light device that you would then have for the rest of your life. And so it becomes the cheaper option. And then the pulse electromagnetic field therapy device, which is, Woody, you got that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so that was associated with 69.7% of the insomniacs during the study going into complete remission of insomnia. And it's the best therapy for sarcopenia, muscle loss, bone density. It's a game changer, and we use the right specs. It's a mixture of red light, far infrared, heat, and PEMF all in one. And it's using the magnetic field strength of 150 millitesla. So super robust and well created system.
You have cured that kid's insomnia. Let's put him to bed.
Yeah. Look at him. He's asleep. Thank you for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Thank you so much,
Good
Jonathan.
See fully gone, Zach? Okay.
Kyle, you've been playing Arc Raiders?
I have been loving Arc Raiders.
Yeah.
I don't know how many hours I've got. You're probably catching up on me. I took a day or 2 off.
Me too-ish.
Yeah, I love it.
By a day off, I mean 3 hours.
Yeah, it's addictive. It's got that extraction shooter thing where you just want to go back in for more. I will say I wish there were more quests, because when I don't really want a PvP and I don't really want to just do a specific thing, the quests are what always keep me coming back. Like I really like that noise in Tarkov when you turn the quest in, when you're like, here's my Salewa, here's my defib, or what have you given?
I wish it made that noise when I climaxed. Just
yes, yes, that like whatever that is, it's that affirmation. I crave it, and it doesn't do that. In fact, when you turn the missions in Arc, it's kind of like, okay, here's another one, and I'm like,
yeah,
it's like,
and you don't get XP for it, do you? You just get like a couple items in your stash. Like I'm starting to question why I'm even doing this.
Agreed. Yeah, you get items. Some of them are very useful items. I don't know. You might get some blueprints. There might be a blueprint or 2 you get.
I read that on Reddit. I haven't gotten any myself.
Yeah. But I don't know. Like I said, I wish there were more quests, because that would keep me coming back even more than mostly what we do is I either play solo and goof around in there, which is rarely scary. Most of the time, it's just kind of a fun loot journey and shoot some robots with other solos. But then when we play trios, it's just PvP over and over and over. Slam your head into a wall over and over. Like we go to the really PvP heavy map, and sometimes we'll just run free kit after free kit after free kit. So we'll just throw ourselves, chase the gunshots whenever we hear them, and just throw ourselves into a fight. I like it a lot. I think it's really good.
Winning as much PvP as I'd like to. At Tarkov, I won more often than I lost. In Call of Duty, I played that all the time. I got fairly competent at it. In this, I don't think it's my mechanics. I don't think my aim is falling short. It's strategy. It's like, why did you run across the open sand like a baby buffalo? You shot 2 robots in the air, and then you didn't anticipate that you'd be hunted from every direction at this point. Why are you running around with a flashlight on at night? That was my fault, right? It's not
even a flashlight; it's a light like on your chest, so it like gives them that center of like body effect. Like they're not aiming at something in your hand over here; they're just right in the middle of you. Yeah,
I think my tactics, like when I lose, or I mentioned this I think on PKN that like, oh, here's a guy in a room full of what essentially are chest high walls. They're computer stations, gurneys, stuff like that. Like, but this guy has all sorts of cover, and I'm standing in the open doorway, hoping to like. I had to be 9 times better than him to win when I give him that advantage. Why did I take that fight? And every time I die, I'm like, you didn't die because you can't work a mouse. I'm not Shroud, but I'm competent. You died because you were stupid. You need to stop being stupid. And I think partly the solo raids encourage me to be stupid, and then they make you soft. They make you think it's safer than it really is. And then you go into the public ones. And also
I ran through this field before. Nothing bad ever happened.
Another thing, I haven't played a shooter that had knock before, like or knockdown. And I might get in my vocabulary wrong, but like in COD or in Escape from Tarkov or any other game I've played, when you kill someone, they're dead. There's no coming back from that. In this game, you just put them in a downed state.
So it's a popular mechanic in battle royale type games like Apex or Battlefield, and it's a popular mechanic.
2 hours in Apex. Yeah, so basically it's new to me, and like the strategies on like when to push, when not to push. How to take it if you're 3v3 and now you've knocked one of them. Do you guys push or not? How hurt are you? If you have no shield and half health, do you push right now? I see a lot of great players pushing in that situation.
Yeah.
Whereas I tend to retreat and heal up, and I'm like, well, we're both retreating and healing.
Now we've both equalized. You didn't press that small advantage you did have,
right? It's smart to bring 2 guns in, right? So while that idiot's reloading's pretty slow in this game, this, but people don't. So while they're reloading, you can switch guns and finish them, and it's like I should have taken advantage of that push, but like I'm learning the strategies, but I'm not where I'd like to be.
I'm the same way. I feel like, I wouldn't say we win a lot of our PvP heavy matches. We probably lose more than we win. Like, but we'll beat the first team, and we might even beat the second team that shows up. And then, holy shit, we beat that third team because there was only one of them left, and that counts. But this fourth team, they're up there, and they're shooting down at us, and I'm out of meds now. And like, I think that is a consequence of our creators has a couple problems. I think it needs bigger maps or less players on them, and because it's just you're getting swarmed. Like we played duos last night, and me and Mitty, we kill the first team. Like it's what I just described. It's like the fourth team got us, not the first, second, or third. Like we were crawling and begging and picking each other up, and like it was a hard fight. But we beat the first 3 teams, God damn it. But that fourth team, they're all full shields, full ammo. They're like, they're not like, my heart's pounding. My nerves are on edge. I've only got so much nervous system.
And your 5 real shield recharges are down to 1 or 0. I don't think we've ever beaten 3 teams, but I don't know if we've beaten 2.
We've probably
fast.
Beaten 2. Like it
but
won't
we get
like
third man. That's a problem. We're beating this team. Oh, it's going well. Well, now some other guy's coming in from the side with shots, and the second mouse gets the cheese. And lots of strategies for me to learn, but I'm having fun with it. The solo culture is hilarious. So you can play this game with 1, 2, or 3 people. And if you play with 2 or 3, it's almost all PvP. Expect to shoot on sight. Expect it to be like COD. There's no friends out there. But if you play solos, 9 out of 10 people are friends. And 1 out of 10 is villain. So you kind of have to be on your toes. And at first I hated the villains, but then I realized what the game would be if there were no villains at all.
Yeah, they're just doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, you need some villains in the game. And I stole this thought from a YouTuber, but I've completely adopted it as my own now. You need villains in the game. Otherwise, like, there's no tension when you run against another player. You don't know if he's that 1 in 10. And I solos are fun. You know, I love dude. 2 years ago, I thought cosplaying was gayer than George Michael licking ice cream. Role play, sure. Well, I mean, I do mean role play. You're right. And now I'm like, hello, kind stranger. You know, like, hey, weary soldiers, stay safe out there. You know,
I do my best Obi-Wan Kenobi.
My favorite slur. I cannot stop calling things clankers. Oh my God, I fucking love it. I just it's us against those fucking clankers out there, man, which is a slur for AI or robots in general.
Man. Well, I'll tell you, my enemy's favorite slur is not
clankers. You don't even clanker.
I've been called the N-word 3 times now by enemy players.
Oh, I thought you meant by me today before the show.
Well, that's like a loving N-bomb. They hit me with the mean ones. There's a lot of kids that play the game, and so you'll beat them and they'll be laying on the ground dying, or vice versa. They'll beat you and you're laying on the ground dying, and they'll call you that N-word like really consistently. It happens a lot. Sometimes it's just I killed this guy and he's laying on the ground, and he's just rapid firing N-bombs. He's just like ninja, 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 and I'm like, kill that guy. Kill him. Shut him the fuck up.
I haven't seen that. Here's the thing that did happen to me. So in game, you press B to talk. Right? B is like proximity chat or something, and you can talk to other people. I messed it up, and I'm hitting V, and I'm talking to him. I'm like, hey, brother, I'm friendly. But if you don't hit it back, either with an emote or talking, then they assume you're not friendly and they start murdering you. And I'm like, hey, man, I'm friendly. I'm just out here foraging for mushrooms. V doesn't make you talk. It makes you walk extra slow, which is like the worst thing for this scenario. Yeah. So he starts lighting me up and I start dragging my feet. I go down. And then I'm like, oh, man, I was hitting the wrong button. I just wanted mushrooms. Why'd you have to do that? And he's like, I didn't know.
And then he's like, you're a nincompoop.
We were playing 3v3s. Both my friends died. They were unrecoverable. There's a rocketeer in the sky. There's a bombardier out there. They're out in the sand. I got free, and I swear I tried to save them. I threw a lore grenade. They temporarily got saved, but it didn't work. And at the extract, there's a team of 3, right? So I'm like, well, I can't win a 1v3, especially with knockdown. And the match, the extract's closing in seconds. This is the last extract of the raid. And so I'm like, friendly, hoping that they're not friendly, right?
No.
I get in there, they start gunning me down. And the walls are coming up. As soon as the walls come up, I'm safe. In this game, after you knock someone down, which is what they did to me, you like crack both knuckles and wind up the fist and give it to him. And cracks first knuckle, cracks second knuckle, winds up the fist. I win. It stopped right there. It was so close. And honestly, that's probably better than if they were friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more fun that way. Yeah, I like the game. I like the culture of the game. The third person shooter thing, I would prefer first person. If it were first person, I would prefer it. And if there was a first person game mode, I would play it exclusively.
Because it would give you a disadvantage, though.
It would give them a disadvantage too. Like we'd all play first person. I don't want to just make me first person. I want to make a. I want to play.
You were gonna play first while I could look around the corner.
Nah, fucking no. Yeah, I'd never win a fight ever. Just be like, I'd be like, do you think he's still there? Who knows? He's just looking at you from behind a rock. Yeah, that part. It plays into it a little bit. It makes the gunfights a little weird. And the gunfights are not fun when it's this standoff thing where the 3 of us sort of pick at the 3 of them and back and forth. Sometimes we'll be playing and one of my teammates will shoot at a guy across the map. And I'm like, what are you doing? What's the best case scenario here? Like, what if his health was low and that one shot you fired knocked him out? Then what? They're just going to pick him the fuck up. And now they're mad at us. And they know where we are. And everybody near us really knows where we are. Like,
you previously had an information advantage and you gave it away for nothing.
Yeah. Everybody's coming to get us. No, it's a great game though. I'm really enjoying it. It's the main thing I'm playing. I'll go back and play some Battlefield at some point. Definitely the Battle Royale because I dig those. But right now it's Arc Raiders for sure. That's been the grind.
My tactics are crap. It's why I'm not winning more. I've got thousands of hours in mouse and keyboard shooters, and my aim is it's fine. I've seen what great aim looks like. I know what Shroud looks like. I'm not pretending to be him, but it's really my tactics that every time I lose, I'm like, it's hard being stupid.
Shotgun's really strong, and you can do a reload cancel animation. You kind of rapid fire that thing.
I've heard you can macro that too. Some YouTuber was complaining about macroing it. I don't know if that's probably illegal. I don't know.
So I have seen them give people's gear back to them along with a message that says, you lost this gear to someone who was playing with an unfair advantage. Here you go.
Really?
Yeah, they do that. Tarkov does that too, I think, to some extent. But I don't know if that was because of a macro specifically or some other like cheat or unfair tactic maybe even they were using. But yeah, I've seen the shotgun macro. I wouldn't macro it because that's actual scummy shit. But I would abuse like a game feature that I think you like shoot and then you like pull up your quick use, your radial, and then maybe you even have to like select an item and then immediately go back to the shotgun. I mean, if you do all that fast enough, then you don't have to pump the shotgun. And it's a very slow pump. It's like boom, boom. But if you have that thing macro, it's boom, 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 boom. And it's really strong.
I wonder if that's what I saw Shroud doing. I saw Shroud, or he might have had a better shotgun that does shoot like that. I don't know.
Too. He could have had the Volcano as well. There is a like just straight up better shotgun. There's Shroud's just fucking nasty with everything. I'd be surprised if he was doing a reload cancel or something. Summit though, I could see Summit absolutely. Like when Summit was ruling the high seas in that pirate game, he had all of those like quick swap, like you're supposed. The gun, it's like this. The gunfights are supposed to take a long time, but he would just be like, boom, and you're like, what the fuck just happened? I died impossibly fast, and he just bully people 1v3 and stuff. So they'll patch it. They already dropped one patch and they bounced a lot of stuff. They changed the values of a bunch of things and the cost.
Talking about today's patch.
Yeah, they nerfed the Venator, the blue semi-automatic pistol.
I had like 4 Venators in my inventory that I hadn't used yet, and now it got nerfed, and I'm like, I'm dumb. Someone said, like, the things in your inventory are not yours. Like that pink gun that you like so much, it's not yours. It's just your turn to use it. Take your turn. And somehow that burned into my mind and meant a lot. Like, use it. What are you going to do? Not use it? It's not fun in your inventory. Go use it. Go see what it's like.
It's not losing it that ever bothers me. It's them taking it. Does that make sense? Like, I would absolutely delete it from my inventory and feel nothing. Like, I could just delete it out of my inventory in the pre-game lobby or whatever, and I wouldn't care. That was the only one I had, but I'll find another one someday. Or I'll get a blueprint and I'll craft them myself. I don't care. But if I lost a fight and you called me a ninja and then I knew you were taking my pink gun, I'd be like, God damn it, he's got Pinky. She's in his stash now. He's running his filthy fingers all over her fucking her dials and whose he was it.
My mind doesn't go there. It's not about the other player like getting the best of me. It's about my own mistakes. For me, it's like, it's fine that he won. GG's, you played well. My problem is I played poorly. Like what was I thinking? I saw your cover. I thought I'd hit you in the head better than you could hit me in my anywhere. You were able to dodge in and out of cover while I'm standing here in the sand. Why'd I take that fight? I should have been doing everything I could to change the fight. That's the thoughts I have if I lose. And I had this was a solo. I wasn't fighting someone. I got shot by a clanker, and another person comes and they're like, oh man, they like shot the clanker that killed me. And I'm like, bro, I got pink shit in my inventory. Don't let it go to waste. It's all yours. Get that out of here. And he's like, thanks, man. And
I'd be fine with that too. It's just whenever they get me, and especially in solos a lot, the people that I do end up fighting, they were sitting in a corner waiting on me. Like it's an ambush. It's almost always a fucking ambush. It's so rare that we meet each other and like you're like, hey, are you friendly? And he's like, no, let's do this. Like that almost never happens. If anything, they're going to pretend like they're your friend, but they're always trying to circle around to your back. They're always trying to get behind you inexplicably. Why, like
what I say that someone said it to me and now I use it all the time. It's like, hey, bro, I want you to know I had the drop on you, but I'm friendly. And they're like, oh, yeah, I could see it. Like,
I've done that. They don't care. There's
it doesn't
guys,
work. Okay.
There was a guy, and I was like, I could have killed you at any moment. Why? And he's just crack. And Temp slaps me to death. Like I'm in the room with him, and I'm talking to him like, hey, look out. That arc is coming to get us. The Rocketeer's out there too, so don't aggro him. And he just sprays me down. And I'm like, dude, I was behind you, watching you rifle through that chest for like 30 fucking seconds. I could have beat you to death with my hammer. Yeah, that irks me a little, but in extraction shooters in general, the part that upsets me and will make me like get a little mad and like get up from my computer and go watch TV or something is them taking my shit. I don't want them to have my shit. If there was a perk where I could carry less, I could loot less, but nobody could ever get my shit, I'd use that perk. I don't want them to have it. I don't want them to have it.
I can half get on board with that. Sometimes I'll take a gun into a raid and it went well. I leave, I upgrade that gun. Do that 2-3 times. Now that's like a level 4 gun. That gun and I have seen some shit. We've killed a bunch of clankers and a couple raiders too. And then I lose it and I'm like, not Old Faithful. No, that gun. I've been repairing it all this time. Like we had a bond.
And Rust takes that to a way higher level. Like the stuff that if you're wearing good armor in Rust, it's so many hours to craft that shit up and get the blueprints to craft it and all the raw ingredients that formed it. Like each bullet, the gunpowder that it took, like you had to make that gunpowder. You started with sulfur and charcoal. Like, you know what I mean? Like you literally do. Like that means you have to create charcoal. You have to farm sulfur in huge quantities. And so everything he took from you has a time value, your time. Like he just took like an hour and 15 minutes of your life away in your inventory, and it's his now. And like getting that back from him, if you can ever raid him especially if they're offline, which is my favorite because they wake up and their shit's gone. Like if you can ever get into his base, get into there where the chests and the gold are, and you're just like, oh, that's 8 hours, that's 12 hours. This is 4 people worked for 3 days straight, 8 hours a day, and we're stealing it now. Like it's almost as good as a real bank robbery when you're in there and their bodies are laying there asleep, and this guy's been bullying you like for days, and you've got the chainsaw out over his sleeping body. Like that's fun. That's really fun. But yeah, Ark's great. I look forward to new updates. I want bigger maps.
It's
I think I want
$40,
bigger
right?
maps. 40, yeah.
I don't know. The games I bought lately have been less than, I think of $60 is the price of a game. I don't know, just what I think it is. And I'm like, I've been paying 40s lately. If I get 80 hours out of a $40 game, I feel like I won. I love to get 50 cents an hour. That's pretty good. And, not everything's going to be some Elden Ring 2,000 hour game, but if you pay 50 cents an hour, you did fine.
I agree. No, I agree. I think of it like that too. I did spend 60 on it. I bought like $20 for the credit.
What do you get with the other 20? Just cosmetic? I'll have to look.
So there is like I said, there's like a special edition version of the game that's $20 more. But what I did is I just bought $20 worth of the in-game currency, so I could pick and choose like which helmets and like shirts and whatever I wanted from the whole list of things. I wanted to make my character look like Furiosa from Mad Max, so I wanted her to have that like grease thing on the top of her forehead, and I wanted those goggles too. So that took some piecing together. So I did it that way.
My character's pretty cute. If you're listening, you bang me. My friend, though, has an ugly man with a giant afro, and he gets compliments everywhere he goes. It's like,
what?
Yeah.
It's most people pick there's only one girl that's cute, like one girl model that's cute. And so you run into copies of her all day long, pretty much. Everybody's playing that girl from what I've seen. Can you change it? Oh, yeah. You can be whoever you want. There's like, I don't know. There's a bunch of different face models.
One of the ugly guys.
Yeah, you can play, and you can like. There are modifiers for each skin. Like, there's a guy let's call him Ted. There's a Ted skin model but you can make Ted have a mohawk or a receding hairline, or you can give him like, I guess it's acne, but it looks like he just rubbed shit on his forehead and his cheeks. You know,
that's not usually what acne looks like.
It's well on black people though. You're
playing as a black character.
Well, I've only seen it on a black character. That's how it's like modeled to you in the store. So
it could be Morgan Freeman freckles.
Oh no, these are like gross. This is it really looks like he did
what that guy needs
with feces. Morgan Freeman?
No, the guy you're describing. You know what he needs?
Little urine therapy?
Little urine.
I'd take that right off. I'd take that right off.
I just spilled my precious urine into the toilet.
Yeah,
flushed it right down.
I hope you guys enjoyed the piss man, because I did not.
Yeah, you sat there quiet for like 40 minutes.
You know, I was hoping that he would mention. He's like, Kyle, you're very quiet. I was gonna be like, Mama said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
I tried to like poke hole. I kept like fact checking so much of what he said was true, or either like this is true and this is true, but the connection is his alone. And I just felt unqualified. The one time he said eyes are part of your brain, I'm like, I got him now. That's not true. And I'm like, fuck, eyes are part of it. How have I never been told this before?
Yeah.
I've lived my whole life.
It did seem like there were reams of actual evidence about red light, and very much less than that about the urine stuff.
So what I was trying to fact check along the way too, and I didn't bother to argue with him because he would get like 70% there, not talk about the core function of something, but all of his facts were right. Like when he was talking about the fat loss with the light, I think it's similar to liposuction. What they do, they liquefy the fat with like a laser they put inside of you. That's one type. And there is also the red light therapy kind where you just, let's see here, time to lose some weight. Like,
I don't think that loss thing. I'm sorry. Can I jump in?
Yeah.
And it said it was more used for sculpting. He was talking about it for a 400-pound man, which is not what I found. But they said like, yeah, you can have some targeted weight loss with red light, and it's like accepted as true. And I'm like, so many things were like that, like close enough to true that I didn't want to say untrue. Is it going to help a 400-pound man? No. Is it going to help some guy who's skinny everywhere except for the bottom part of his abs? That's how I lose weight. It's really like the bottom part of my abs is the hardest part. Like shit, maybe red light would have had some targeted fat loss in that spot.
You know what would have been awesome and hilarious? If he was saying that and he just like threw in, he's like, I'm 71, by the way. Like just it's like, oh my God. Like that would have been very funny. But my friend who's really into the red light thing has talked my ear off about it enough and like done the stuff he was doing of like, no, here's a study from like Mayo Clinic, like here's a study from this and that. But that friend of mine has never once mentioned urine stuff. and so I went into that.
Oh, that's
very fresh, very brand new. Dude, there were times I would ask a question to try and keep it going, and I'd be like, maybe now is when Woody and Kyle will step in. Nope. Okay, well, how about Ozempic?
I was literally maybe I'm the odd one out here, but I was having a hard time not laughing and in his face, and at the silliness of it all. So that's kind of where I was, and I didn't want to just be mean about it, so I decided not to say anything because I didn't know what to say that would be nice.
You don't think the like the red light thing is pretty mainstream now? Is it the urine stuff?
When you with a blanket statement like that, sure, the red light thing is pretty mainstream now. Okay, for what?
For acne, for psoriasis, for joint pain, not so much cancer, long-term COVID, and some of the other claims.
I mean, he's talking about people that needed their knees replaced, right. and he's fixing them with, like, literally, he said that maybe his dad even, his knee needed replacing. All right, well, that means there's, like, cartilage off a bone, and there's degradation of actual bone. You're going to need a goddamn Star Trek red light to regrow a fucking knee. You know what I mean? And autism, and I love how he does a good job of drawing those connections when he talked about the mitochondrial repair of red light. apparently that is somewhat a thing in the eyes, but it's not gonna. You're not gonna look at a light and rewire your brain.
Which is what it is.
If you could, you'd see it on
if
you could, you'd see it on like an MRI or something, some sort of brain. You'd be able to like you ever see where they put the person in that brain scan, and then they show them photographs or they trigger emotions to see like what parts of the brain light up. Where's the speech center? I'll just ask him to recite something, or where's the memory? Ask him to remember something, and you can see those parts of the brain light up. If we were repairing people's brains with lights in their eyes, then we'd be able to
see it before and after.
It's nonsense. People have been selling piss in bottles.
Now you deserve that, because there's no, you make your own. Like I'm serious. Like, why would you buy someone else's pee? Like, assume for a second, Kyle, you are
Taylor,
1,000,000% bought in on the pee.
It's flying off my shelves.
It's flying off the shelves. Woody brand pee, still made the old-fashioned way.
Have you ever seen when I have seen piss used as some sort of a wound treatment, as like a wound treatment, I think, and they cook it down until it's like Laffy Taffy. Like they're stirring it with a stick, and I mean it's literally like saltwater taffy consistency.
Is that the urea? Like they're gathering all that?
Who's doing this? Native Americans or something? Some Brazilian tribe?
Yeah. Because I'm
gonna look into that red light thing tomorrow, and the funniest possible option is that I then have to like go out. I have to drive somewhere, and I put these glasses on, and I can't.
I see just fine now.
Dude, if it fixes my eyes, I'm gonna be outside my eye doctor's picketing by myself. Like, don't believe his lies. I'm gonna have that like momentum.
I mean, you better sign up for Jonathan's program or whatever too. Get that, if it cures your borderline blindness, then I'll get on board too.
What does he sell? I couldn't find his website. I guess it'll be in our description. I'll go look at it afterwards.
Yeah. But I mean, the red light band wonderful red light bands. Thing. Yeah.
What? But no, like, does he sell them on Amazon? I didn't see like his website.
Oh,
it's myredlight.com.
Oh, okay, thanks.
It's a good URL. Get.
I agree. Yeah, he's got that. Well, he has a degree in marketing.
I could tell.
No, I think it was journalism and something else, right?
It wasn't epidemiology.
Let me look at
I would have known if that was stated.
Oh, I believe he's an anti-vaxxer, COVID conspiracist.
The COVID thing, he was talking about red light for long COVID people. And when he said that, I'm like, okay, so this guy believes that COVID is a disease. He's not like, it's made up, sheeple. Like, total falsity. I don't know.
There's that scene in the Outlaw Josie Wales where the carpetbagger is there, and he's selling this fucking miracle tonic out of his carpet bag, and he's like, it works on arthritis and rheumatism. It works on bad eyesight. It'll regrow hair. It'll make hair not grow where you don't want it. It'll make you strong and make you tall. And he offers some to Clint Eastwood, and Clint Eastwood spits his tobacco spit right on the guy's white suit and goes, how's it work on stains?
Taylor, I looked it up. Graphic design and marketing is what I saw. That's what he said it was. So
marketing. Okay. I thought he said journalism in there too.
He got a master's, a postgraduate degree in something else. I forget what that was.
I don't know. I am noticing maybe he has another website, but there is no mention at all of the P stuff on myredlight.com, which if I were running a site like this, I would also keep it separate. I would want it to be like, hey, you know how you hear about red light from like doctors and things now? That's what this site is about. Go to, urineforyou.biz if you want to learn more. I guess there's no money to be made in selling pee. You're retarded if you buy pee. Like if you're all bought in, Kyle, if you were bought in 1,000,000%, no one on earth could sell you pee because you're like, I could just drink the water.
Let me tell you how though. Like, because as he said, like they would use the urine of certain animals or people with certain hormonal cycles going on to get a more concentrated version of what they were going after. So if you told me you had a guy that you've been pumping full of stem cells and they're just oozing out of him, I'd want his piss. Or if you told me like with the reproductive drug that they made, I think they used either mare urine when they're in estrus, or maybe like people urine when they're ovulating or whatever. I think they did something like that, and then they isolated out. That's the same thing with the stem cells in the piss, by the way. Like, drink all the piss you want. You're not getting enough stem cells to do any fucking thing. What they do is they take stem cells that are in piss and they culture them, and they grow millions of times more than what are in a cup of piss.
You're drinking a 2025. You're drinking a 2025 vintage. When I go for pee, I go for one of my 19s, one of my 18s, one that's been in my piss cellar for years, and it's been allowed to ferment. Because at one point you mentioned
infection this year, you can tell.
See, this one's got blood in it.
Maybe I'm doing it wrong. I'm just buying it from Belle Delphine.
I mean,
no, you can't do that.
I don't think she sells piss, but they would sell if she did. It would definitely sell if she did. She should
what
sell
is
you
this
socks.
bootleg website I've been on then?
Whose piss have I been drinking? Oh no! And I know
the thought
like,
of drinking your own pee is gross enough. The thought of drinking someone else's is.
What if it was
so
a diabetic though? See, there you go.
No,
that's the piss I want.
It's still pee, dude. I don't care.
Hear me out.
I'm slugging it no matter what. With like I got a soda in the other hand, no matter what it tastes like, and I'm guzzling.
No, you gotta let it breathe. You gotta let it breathe. You get your nose down in the glass. Yeah. And
have you ever seen that whiskey guy where he's like, first thing you do with pee, you pour a little bit in, throw it out. You coat the glass. You coat the glass. Really get your nose in there, and
he gets so far in the glass.
This guy, I can tell he drinks a lot of coffee.
Yeah, it'd be hard to stick to a pee regimen on asparagus day.
Oh, that would be terrible. You're like, I got a wart on my hand. I'm gonna rub my asparagus pee on it, and then right back out to the dinner table at the restaurant, baby.
That was another one. Like piss ain't gonna remove warts, people. Come on now, don't be peeing on your warts. And I don't think it's even good for jellyfish.
Warts. What do you have to lose?
I think it turned out that it's not good for jellyfish for some reason. I think I read that somewhere.
He said they tell you that. He did cover that.
That's fair.
I always thought it was only good for jellyfish stuff because you're at the beach and you're severely limited in available things. Like if there's a medical kiosk right there, I would imagine they'd be like, okay, well, don't pee on it. Like we're going to put you in this kiosk and then they're going to use something to wash it.
I don't know. When I was a lifeguard, jellyfish stings. They'd be like, "Are you sure this works?" I was like, "It's more for me."
Yeah.
Oh, did you pee on people?
No, just tell.
That would have been great.
That would have been hilarious.
Yeah, I think I think maybe it's the ammonia or something is doing something like canceling out the venom somehow or something, or the toxin, whatever the fuck a jellyfish injects into you.
I wonder if this you know how your pee is clear when you're like guzzling liquid.
Sure.
I just feel like that pee can't be as good. And he was like, he said it didn't really seem to matter. And it's like, but it seems like it should matter, right? Like
because
if I'm guzzling,
no, because well, if he's going for stem cells, those are coming from your kidneys. Those are just like oozing out of your kidneys and leaching into your piss. So, like, I don't know why. So a more hydrated piss, I don't see why it would matter. I guess. I think it's going to leach at the same rate, no matter how much liquid you push through.
I got caught up on that internally, where I was like, well, how could it not matter?
I mean, it doesn't matter, just so we're clear.
Well, is someone not trusting the science?
I'm not trusting the science.
Wow.
I'm not.
Are you doing your own research?
I trust capitalism. I trust capitalism because I know that wherever there's a buck to be made, someone will be. If piss, like I can't think of anything cheaper than piss. There's $1 billion industries devoted to just getting the piss away from us and disposing of it.
Mm-hmm.
Piss is free. They probably pay you to take their piss, and so the idea that like Bayer hasn't been like, holy shit, turns out piss is the magic ingredient to like everything.
Like I felt maybe I was saying it too much that I kept jumping back to. It was like, okay, but if this is like the thing, then why isn't Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer and these, like, why wouldn't they try to make a foray into it? Like if there was a huge amount of pee evidence that,
because they make medicine,
why wouldn't
Taylor.
they do it? Because they do they have made a foray into the red light thing, but they are curiously silent on the urine thing.
Yeah, just like the water-powered car. I think it's the government hiding it from us. UFOs too. Yeah. I should have asked him about conspiracy theories because that seemed like an open-minded guy.
Oh man, that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah. Well, hey, is it too late? Get him back in here.
Dude, I liked him. He was very friendly.
I'm glad you did.
Very knowledgeable.
It's important that one of us does.
Well, I didn't know anything he was saying, and like you can listen.
I couldn't look at his face.
Internalizing it.
I couldn't look at his face. I hated him so much.
What?
I kept trying to fact check him, but everything was like this baseline thing is true. This baseline thing is true. This conclusion was his own. And what, I'm supposed to go head to head with him on the conclusion part? I've been doing this for 90 seconds now. He does it for a living.
It's very easy to be bamboozled when you hear a lot of those words coming out and it's like, okay, those are all real things. And then the conclusion follows and it's like, well, it's just the trash becoming stars again. It's like, I don't know enough to dispute this. Like all I know is like
I gotta drink his piss today. I'm
that's true.
Checkmate.
Checkmate. I don't know. Maybe I'm a rube
that's
that
what we should have went down
cart.
that.
He's
like what kind of glass? Do you use the same glass to drink the piss every day, or like straight from the hose? Like how are you doing this?
I bet he has a mug with like a joke on it.
It's like an old.
A PP a day keeps the doctor away.
His wife uses his mug. Oh, damn it! Why'd you pee in my mug? Yeah.
Do you think the whole family's in on the pee thing? Like
that's when life gives you
lemon. Life gives you
a good one.
That's very.
When he was drinking lemonade over there, that cracked me up. I looked up and Woody's got a big glass of lemonade. And he's choking it down, and I'm just like, God, I hope that's lemonade.
Yeah,
I hope he's not over there. I hope he's not over there. Like, I do have that wart that won't go away.
I was worried. Another thing is like, I learned he was gonna be the guest like so late, that like when I was doing like trying throughout my day to like put on like a video or a clip here and there to try and catch up. It's like if you've never spent even 1 second in this corner of the internet, it all sounds like, well, what the fuck? Like I don't know any of the, I don't even know the problems we're talking about here. And like it certainly don't know enough to push back on it. He did like, I thought he was friendly. And he did seem like he earnestly wanted to help people.
Even I pushed back on eyes not being the brain, dumbass.
I mean, I let you guys storm that beach because I'm like, I think he's right here. He wouldn't have said it like that if he wasn't right.
He was right about almost everything he said. It was just the conclusions that you couldn't Google. Like all the foundational stuff was there.
Yeah, all the foundational stuff that was there. But the part where like the thing does the thing he says it does isn't there.
Right.
That's what's not there.
For the extreme stuff, you're right. Because like, and he would lead into it where it's like, well, look at these reams of evidence about it helping with these like lower level things in regard to the red light therapy. And then he would like segue from like, look at all these studies saying these like lower level things can be helped. Now we're going to talk about high level things and just use the conclusion that it helps, that it will also help this. And it's like, well, yeah, okay. If it does that shit with fat and like doctors are using it, sure, fine. Cancer, I think helping cancer would be really, really big business. Like someone would get in that vacuum and do something.
He said that lady's legs were gangrenous.
I mean, maybe it was a powerful light. Or
it reminded me of when Donald Trump was at a press conference and he was like, is there a way we could put the UV light inside the person and purify their blood? And it's just like, no, sir. No, there's not. That's the stupidest thing I've been asked in a coon's age. Moving on. I wish somebody would stand up to him. Like they're praising that some reporter because she asked about the Saudi prince killing that Khashoggi journalist like to his face. They're like, oh, this lady has balls of steel. But then she sits there and like eats his insults. Why doesn't nobody just pop back?
Was that the one he called Piggy or a different one?
No, this was in the Oval Office. He had the Prince of fucking Saudi Arabia in there. The actual guy who she's like, she said, the United States intelligence agencies came to the conclusion that the Crown Prince there was like instrumental in the murder of Washington Post journalist, I think, Omar Khashoggi, whatever his fucking name was. And the question went on from there. And Trump is like, that is an ugly question from an ugly person. Who are you with? ABC News? Fake news. Fake news. How dare you ask that question? That is insubordinate. And it's like, why is she subordinate to the fucking fake royalty of Saudi Arabia? What are we talking about? I wish she cracked it. I wish she'd said that. It's like, I'm not his subordinate.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a United States citizen.
Insubordinate means I'm sorry, Kyle. It means that you're not like respecting or obeying your superior.
Yeah.
She doesn't work for the crown prince. It vibed to me like a 4-year-old who doesn't know a word, but has often been chastised in this way or heard it as a pejorative and just repeats it.
Could be. And I wouldn't be surprised if we hear more piggy related things, because I'm all in on my conspiracy theory that he is on Ozempic and he is starting to feel himself as he like slowly loses weight. He's getting cocky.
I don't think
Ozempic,
because
Trump?
the woman he called Piggy was thin, like not just not fat. She wasn't an average woman. She is.
I saw a picture of her from the front, and the chin would not have passed the Woodworth standard.
You don't think? I saw
pull up in many pictures as you want. That woman, that lady is.
Oh, she's not fat. She's
Lucy
not fat at all.
Catherine with a C, Lucy Lucey.
Regardless, he is a big fat person. You can't call someone who's like at most 10 pounds overweight fat.
Dude, Catherine Lucy is skinny as fuck. She's just as skinny as Trump's daughter. Like that's a woman who weighs 110 fucking pounds. Like she's a little lady.
I'm waiting for Zach's.
I must have just seen a bad picture of her with thing, because she is absolutely not fat.
Yeah.
That's not even a super flattering picture. That's her when she's.
But you can tell. You can tell she's not fat though.
It's the end of a long day, and you can see this is not a fatty. There. I
got tricked by bad lighting. She's thin.
Yeah, that guy. Trump's wild, man. I don't know what's going to happen.
Wild and out. You don't like the Saudi prince?
What was that chin up past the Woodworth standard? I envy that neckline.
That is not the one I saw. So I recant. She's a thin, nice lady. I renege on this statement.
He met you halfway.
Because we did do this, and I thought it was both were appropriate.
They are both appropriate.
But one of them's infinitely funnier than the other.
That's true.
Yeah,
it is a funny word. The guy who added that in the dictionary was like,
yeah.
You know what I'm thinking.
I got it. I got my publisher. It came back from Webster's. Look. They did it. They printed that shit.
Oh,
don't they know the implications?
I was on this Reddit last night. I saw it referenced on
Taylor teased this
Twitter, and so I know you guys are Reddit connoisseurs. Have you ever heard of a Reddit called ARFID, ARFID, or a quote unquote eating disorder called ARFID?
No,
I haven't. You got us both, Taylor.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well played, my friend.
I can't believe it. And so basically, it stands for avoidant/restrictive food intake disorder, and there is a whole ARFID subreddit, and effectively 99.9% of the people here are picky eaters who are desperately trying to pathologize their picky eating as a disorder so that then it is excusable, because literally 99.9% of them, it's like, what are your safe foods? They say, they say, oh, we aren't picky eaters. Picky eaters see something they don't like and they go, yuck. We see food we don't like and we feel like we're going to vomit. We feel like we have to get out of the room. And it's like, oh, interesting. What are all of your safety foods? And it's like cheese pizza, French fries, potatoes, candy, chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets are in every single person's safe food.
Homogenous.
Believe it or not, every single person's safe food included chicken nuggets. That was of the 99 point whatever percent. And then I also found people who were probably looking to try and talk with people who had similar disorders who very clearly had problems. One guy was like, yeah, I see everybody's problem. I almost choked when I was 18 and I was left traumatized. And so now no matter what food I eat, I blend it so that I can drink it and avoid choking.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, everybody in this fucking dumbass forum, this is a guy with a psychological problem. And all the rest of you are like, does anyone else look up the menu before you go to a restaurant because you don't want to be embarrassed about ordering from the kids menu?
I saw one of the posts, and they're like, when someone tells you to just pick off the pickle that you specifically asked not to be on the sandwich, and the reaction is like, what am I gonna do? There are too many of us. We've been letting too many people through the fucking filter. All right, they'd have beat these kids to death in 1953.
Little red light on that sperm, baby.
I'm scrolling down. Fuck pickles. I seriously hate pickles. Why is such a smelly, disgusting, leaky food so common in restaurants? If it touches my food at such a strong flavor, it ruins the whole meal. The smell gravitates across the entire table. I hate it. Let's just stick sweaty gym socks as a garnish on every meal instead. This person has a pickle issue.
Yeah, these people have tons and this is Zach, put this graphic up because this is one of their like desperate attempts to pretend that this is not picky eating. And also I should say I saw people with legitimate eating disorders where like they were clearly just anorexic, where they're like, oh, my safe food is 2 pieces of celery bi-monthly. And it's like their issue is not pickiness.
I bet a comorbidity to this clear mental illness is lots of food allergies. I bet their whole life they have been food avoidant because of how they were raised. They had some parent who didn't make them eat the broccoli or the asparagus or whatever, or the peanut butter. And because they weren't exposed to those things early, they developed allergies to them. And I bet that's what it is. This is
99% of these people are just picky eaters. Like look at their columns here. Picky eating. This person says a picky eater refuses specific foods, typically under 20 dislikes. Nice little shot in the dark made up number. But the real version, guys, that's definitely not being a picky eater, like a 5-year-old. This is a disease. Refuses almost entire food groups, typically over 20 dislikes. It's just, that's the same thing. That's just degrees of pickiness. So F on that. In the picky eating column, it says, we'll try new foods dependent on hunger. Selective eating food aversion
this isn't a disorder.
Which by the way, the top of the second column says food diversions. It's aversions, you fucking moron. It's your own made up disorder. Know the word. Will refuse new foods regardless of health or hunger, which is fascinating, guys, which means that all these people have had dozens, nay, hundreds of instances where they were knocking on death's door and they still refused pickles. Or maybe perhaps they're just being picky. Maybe that's it. Normal reaction of dislike or disgust is what picky people have. Will gag or become physically ill for foods they don't prefer for the ARFID people. It's like, this is just horseshit.
This is exactly like the gluten allergy / celiac syndrome disorder, whatever it is. Because my belief on that, based on my experiences with women, is that all of them at one point around 2010, 2012, wanted to be gluten intolerant. It was cool. It was trendy. It was almost as good as being bi or being trans. They hadn't that was coming. And it's oh yeah, gluten. I'm intolerant. And it's like I thought you didn't believe in intolerance. You keep harping about that every night when we watch Blazing Saddles. But no, just gluten. And I was like, oh okay. Well, don't worry because we're gonna order a special pizza. So this is non-gluten pizza. I ordered regular fucking pizza. She's eating like 3 slices of that shit. All my buddies are watching. And she's like, because they know, and she's after she finishes it like hours, she's like, that was a great pizza. She's like, if I had eaten gluten, and she starts listing all the things that would be occurring right now if she had actually eaten a real pizza, which she had. It was just like that Better Call Saul scene when he sneaks the battery into his brother's fucking shirt.
Oh, dude, this is I read multiple posts about this, and the vibe of this subreddit is child angrily typing on phone after sent to room after dinner. Like that's the whole vibe of it, where it's like, it's not fair. But they'll post huge diatribes. They'll be like, I was betrayed by the people I thought loved me. And it's like, I have ARFID and I've had it ever since my parents phoned it in when they were raising me. And basically now I can't handle cinnamon, or I can't handle parsley, or I can't handle and my mom made ravioli, which is one of my safe foods. And while I was eating it, and after I finished eating it and I was about to go upstairs, my parents were laughing. And they said, you didn't even notice there was parsley in the ravioli this evening, and you always say you want it, and then the person is like, I've never felt so betrayed. And all of these people, this is the danger of forums that like are really insular, is all the comments are like
backing them up.
I can't empathize enough. That was horrible that you were made to ingest a green because of this thing you're like making, like, because their rationale isn't I hate this so much, it's like I'm not picky, I can't help it. This is a disorder for me. I believe it is. When I turn away, yeah, of course it is. But like,
just an incredibly rare one.
They'll make a disorder out of anything to pathologize it, right? Like,
I think that. Well, I think there are people who legitimately have the symptoms you're describing. Where if they tried to eat a fucking hamburger, they would vomit, and it would be a whole problem. But they can eat their chicken nuggets. My guess is there's some neurological
maybe
things,
one in 1,000.
That aside, I think it's upbringing. Like I, if you were raised and you never ate anything that was like, fast food is not real food. It doesn't have the consistency and like variety of flavors and textures that real food has. It's made to be this processed, homogenized thing. Hamburgers from McDonald's are identical from when I was a child.
Yeah,
that texture, that appearance, like that is the same fucking piece of meat. It might as well be. But if I make you a hamburger, like, there might be some stuff going on. You know, I might be mixing 3 different cuts of meat together or something. Like, this is going to be a thing. It's not homogenized. It's not factory made. And I could get how those textures are like that. Very idea of that could flip some people off. But I think you're right. This is a bunch of like 12-year-olds that got sent to the room that don't want to eat broccoli. And so they have found a fucking support group for that on the internet.
And all the real people. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
You would like what's happening in some of my subreddits now. These insular subreddits where they all like build. For years, I've been reading in Everyday Carry and Leatherman, these are 2 different subreddits, about how they save the day with the shit they keep in their pockets. And every once in a while, it's like a nice story, like some guy did impromptu auto repair with his Leatherman. Cool. But save the day has extended to like opening a box. The bathroom stall didn't have that slider thing, so he just put his knife in there. And I'm like, you're really stretching save the day here. Like, whose life did you
Porter would have done the trick too, huh?
So now they're mocking each other, and I'm so fucking here for it. They're like, my Leatherman saved the day. And there's a picture of him opening string cheese, like tearing string cheese with the pliers.
Yeah. Like, sometimes you need that. Oh, save today. Yeah. Well, I'm glad they're at least poking fun at themselves, because I've also seen some of those posts when you've mentioned that subreddit, and I'll go to it and it'll be some guy like, check out my daily carry. What do you think? And it's a backpack full of shit. And it's like, what, are you going to the bank? What do you need this? Like,
that's a good subreddit. I think it's called Mall Ninjas or something like that. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a lot of Paul Blarts who think they're going to save the day, and they've got like a utility belt that might include like ninja stars and a fucking shuriken are ninja stars, but all sorts of ridiculous weapons that they do not need for their silly low rent job. I did have a cop buddy who had a what's that knife called? That's like a raptor claw. It's the
karambit.
He had a karambit in a Kydex holster, like right about where his belly button is, so he could like disembowel someone if he needed to in hand-to-hand combat, I guess. And and he was
sometimes
a friend,
you need to save the day.
Well, he was showing me his whole like duty like setup. Like we looked in the trunk of his cop car, and he's like, yeah, I got my AR there. You know, that optic is set for this range. I have 8 magazines loaded. It's this ammo, and over here I got my med case. It's like going through his whole gear bag and all of his setup, and then he gets to like his utility belt. It's like, what do you have a karambit for? like are you, in case I have to gut a motherfucker? That was kind of his attitude.
Well, I have the karambit because, you know, this is made up. There's no weight limit. I'm
actually not a cop, Kyle. I'm just to come clean. This is I'm not a cop.
I think a karambit's even a good weapon. Is it like
close quarters? Like if they're on you? I think the idea was like, you're
meant
wrestling.
To be held backwards?
Oh. Yeah, blade forward, like so you'd but it sort of like got a ripping and he's got a karambit on it.
This is the one we had. Oh fuck! That was I almost needed a little bit of pee there. Save myself. This is the one we got years and years ago with that what's the fucking game with
we
the
have
knife?
that same one. We keep it in the pantry, and Jackie opens the dog food with it.
Counter-Strike. Yeah, we had the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we had all those Counter-Strike knives.
Long time ago.
Do you know about the whole? I think it was Counter-Strike that.
Yes.
So they stopped. I think they stopped doing skins or something like that.
So they changed the skin economy in that everybody wanted knives and maybe gloves. I'm a little outside my expertise. And they made it so that there were these like pistols that you could trade 5 of them for knives, simultaneously making those this is like 80% right, making those pistols more valuable and the knives less valuable. 14 people in China threw themselves off of buildings in suicide attempt, like successful suicides, because the bottom fell out of the market. They were just convinced that it would be so much easier. And then like 2 weeks later, it completely recovered.
Oh, it recovered?
Yeah, that's what my friends tell me who are like in that market.
Yeah, so I wanted to look it up to get the number right. So Counter-Strike, there was the market was $2 billion. There was $2 billion in value of skins, and that they devalued. And so some people were investing in CSGO skins like it was the stock market. Like their net worth was tied up in CSGO skins. And when that went away, like people jump off buildings, I guess. Most of my friends were like, dude, I sold 4 weeks ago. I bought my new PC with my skin money. Like a lot of those guys have thousands of dollars worth of skins.
Some people made money. People who had like undesirable pistols that could be traded for more desirable things. Previously, they were just undesirable. Now you take 5 of those, roll the dice on a knife. Now so they became valuable. But
Rust skins are expensive too. Definitely not as expensive as CSGO skins, as far as I know, but hundreds of dollars, for various Rust skins. I've got a couple $100 worth of Rust skins.
Can't you buy them from the server?
So you used to be able to utilize something, and there would be servers that utilize something called Skinbox, and it was basically a mechanic in which you could apply any skin to any gun for free with a basic level workbench type thing in your base. If you paid that server, say $5 for the month or something like that. I always did that because you don't want to settle on one skin for every AK is a different color now because they're free. Every door is like the coolest door.
Do other people see what you've done to it?
Yeah. It exists in the world. So like the door to your base can look like a door, or it can look like a monster's gaping mouth and it glows in the dark. That's one of the Halloweens. And your backpack or your sleeping bags in that game are a game mechanic. Everywhere where you construct and place a sleeping bag in the entire world now becomes a potential spawn point for you. Next time you spawn, you can click on that sleeping bag, and that's where you'll spawn. There's some range balancing stuff so you can't just constantly spawn right next to yourself. But in any case, having a sleeping bag that blends in with the environment is valuable. So the camouflage sleeping bag is a good thing to have. So jabronis don't come by and just rip up your sleeping bags as they see them. So they have value because of that. There's AK skins that have value because the sight is more visible. It's like this one has a glowing front sight. Like that's really valuable.
Some are just quality of life. I watch a guy, the starting stone. You probably never seen it, but yeah, there's a stone you start with in your hands. His looked like a pumpkin, a jack-o'-lantern actually, and he was banging on it, and it's just, I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, mine's a gem. I think I've got like a big like geo type gemstone for mine or something like that. Yeah, there's tons of skins in Rust. Like there's hundreds and hundreds of items, and all of them have dozens and dozens of skins. It's fun to do. So
they changed it a lot. I don't know if you played it since they changed the big Rust update with the workbenches.
I think I have. I played like a year and a half ago or something like that. What did they do to the workbenches?
So it used to be you just collect scrap, and scrap was a currency that had a lot of different utility. And now to upgrade your workbench to level 2, I think you need to get 5 blueprints, and blueprints only spawn in these highly competitive areas. You need key cards to get in, or perhaps murder someone who just got out. And it's a whole different experience to upgrade but what it does, the effect it has on the game is the early game lasts much longer. It used to be you could grind for a good 8-12 hours, and by the end of that day, you might have some quality guns.
Yeah.
No longer. People are playing with like bows at the end of that day.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I guess I like that. I've always liked the blueprint system in that game. Yeah, because the alternative is what you said. It's just hitting barrels or going out in a boat into the ocean and farming scrap as fast as you can, sort of in isolation, avoiding PvP, avoiding contact. Just get that scrap as soon as you can, so you can get your workbench up, so you can get your AKs and semi-autos and whatever you want, MP5s, whatever, or explosives more likely. But that makes sense to lock that stuff at places like Oil Rig or Airfield or something like that. Make you do the monuments. Anything that pushes people to monuments is good gameplay for that game. I love the monuments in Rust. That's, everybody's getting geared up to go do a monument, and it's like, do you have it? I feel like we're Navy SEALs doing our checklist. It's like, do you have this? Yeah. Do you have that?
Alternative monuments too, like this little place in a swamp that people aren't widely visiting. It's not as good as the big, I don't know, grocery store, military base, or whatever, like a really dope one would be, but it's all yours. Your base is right next to it. You're practically exclusively collecting all the stuff from it.
Yeah.
And it's a
different, like Rock Quarry or something like that. Yeah. There's a few minor monuments like that it's nice to live next to. I haven't played Rust seriously in probably a year and a half or 2 years or something like that. It's all encompassing. Like I'll get on Arc Raiders and I'll play a few hours, and it'll be just fine when I come back to it. Nothing bad will happen. But that's just not true with Rust. Like the base is decaying if I'm not there. It decays on its own. You have to you have to treat it like a fire. You have to keep kindling and feeding, or it'll eat itself, and the walls will start disappearing. And like your base will just eat itself alive. So you have to like
the decay on it. Does it, like, let's say the walls haven't disappeared, but you've let it decay for some period of time. Is it easier for me to break your wall?
Yeah, not only that, like there's a big part of Rust for me was just kind of wandering around and gaining information about our neighbors. And if you walk next to a base that is decaying, I think if you pull out a hammer, you can see the durability of the wall, and you'll see that the durability is like 790 out of 1,000. You're like, wait a minute, check this wall. Oh, this one's 690 out of 1,000. All right, we'll hit this one first. Like it's decaying. They forgot this base. Like we can get in here quite much cheaper going through this wall. Or like my favorite thing is to primitive raid in that game, to use flamethrowers or just hammers. Like I don't remember how many hammers it takes to beat someone's door in, but it's like 2 or 3 hours of sitting there like hitting it. But if it's middle of the night and you get 2 of your buddies next to you and y'all have an inventory full of hammers and you're just out there clank, 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 like you could beat their doors in, or you can shoot their walls down with a shotgun. Like it just takes forever.
Some people call that eco raiding. Have you heard that? Yeah. Economical raiding, where instead of getting really difficult to acquire explosives and C4s and stuff, you just poke at it with the stick. And if the base has weak points or is decaying or whatever, it's susceptible to eco raids.
So walls have a strong side and a weak side. Obviously, you put the strong side outward facing, but sometimes because of the architecture, you might be able to see under like an eave or a roof edge. You'll be able to see the weak side, and so you just make 80 fucking wooden spears and just sit there and poke. You just poke, and on the ground there's just piles of broken spears, and eventually like their shit caves in and you go in and take all their stuff away. We did it a lot. Yeah
Rust sounds like a cool game, but I'm not looking for a game that is a lifestyle right now.
It's a lifestyle.
Today I was tired because of the whole dog messing up the sleep schedule thing. I popped on, did a couple raids, popped on later, did a couple raids. That's not how Rust works.
No, not at all. No, it's a chore, it's a grind, and every aspect of the game is like that. Now you're farming stuff, you're PvPing, you're base building. We always had division of labor. Mitty was always our helicopter pilot / base builder. He'd be the one who was watching that video, like teaching him where to put everything and build the really complicated base, and we would just kind of stand guard and we would farm up his materials. So it's nice to have division of labor like that. I'm a little bit anal about keeping the base organized. So I was known as the base bitch, not a name I picked.
Were you so low ranked in the team you just had to grin and bear it?
No, I was the leader. It was my it was my base, and
leading from the front.
Yep. I wanted to go with base commander, but I was outvoted unanimously. But yeah, I'm the one who's like keeping those boxes organized, and people come back, and it's like when you came back from home from school and you like dumped your backpack and your dirty shoes and maybe just threw your bike in the yard, and you're like, come on, Come on, you got to pick up behind yourself. I'm walking behind you all day. Look at these socks and these shoes. Like your mom. That's how I am in the base. I'm like you just dumped all your stuff in one box, just willy nilly. There's pumpkins in here with armor. What are the pumpkins? Don't go with the armor. The pumpkins go in the food box over here. And I'm just like, they're like, yeah, all right, make that happen then.
Yeah. We got to go get more loot for you to organize. So
yeah, like,
you stay here.
He's like, get on it.
On Woodycraft, we had a game mode called Factions, which I've often said was really similar to Rust. And the grinding on it, Colin was popular with people like in early stages of the wipe because he loved the grinding. So imagine this: you're building a wall 255 blocks high, 100 blocks long, 4 sides. I just did the math. That's 102,000 blocks to place. And they just make the first layer, supply Colin with blocks, and he would just love like 100,000 blocks to place on 4 walls. Say less. And he just worker bee their base for them for as long as he was awake. He loved it.
I like that part of the game. Because I could, especially in Rust, I couldn't win a straight up gunfight, especially with the people that we would be raiding. They would always be so goddamn good. And you'd look at their profiles and they'd have thousands of hours. And it's like, man, I would love to play some noobs like me, but you couldn't find them. So we would have to outwork them. It was like, look, wipe starts at 4 p.m. If you're not here, then you're not part of the team. All right. And we're not getting off until you put in a good 12 hours here. This first shift is 12 hours. All right. Buckle up. We're doing 16. We're asking for less out of you. Like, it's one of those. So that first day, we're trying to put 35, 40 man hours into like warping ahead. It just like in what is that game you play? The RTS?
AOE, Age of Empires?
Yeah. I'm trying to get to the medieval stage. I'm trying to get to my fucking like medieval stuff while they're still at the Stone Age. They got bows and arrows. I want to get to flamethrowers and pistols, like way before they do. I want to be that like one step ahead of them every step of the way so that we can actually win our gunfights. And moreover, like what I really want to do is raid their base as soon as possible and discourage them and make them quit the server. That's the ultimate goal.
I wish I was the PvP guy. Like, I'm not garbage, but I'm not who I want to be. I've told this story before, but like there was a Minecraft player really good at PvP, and he didn't like the other parts of the game. So like during raids and stuff, if I'm raiding you, we expect other people to come and defend themselves. They just built a glass box. They put a sign on it, said breaking place in case of emergency. And he stood inside that glass box, probably watching YouTube videos, didn't give a fuck about anything until the fighting started. And then he bust his way out. And holy fuck, like, I'm the guy who checks the anti-cheat stuff. He's not cheating. He's just amazing. And he's just ripping and tearing and shredding and helping his team successfully raid while everyone else is trying to break their stuff. That's the guy I wish I was, but it's hard.
It's so funny to be in a Minecraft server and see people like building and this and that. And he's like, that's gay. Like, and it's like, I think that's 99% of the game. Isn't it? Like, no, I just needed one diamond sword and diamond armor, and then just I just get to fight.
That's Factions is amazing, and like it works so well in Rust. I don't see it in too many other games. I don't think those persistent bases that require maintenance and can be raided. That being in a game is, I think DayZ does something like that. Maybe those are modded servers. I think they all are, technically speaking, but I've seen maybe DayZ servers or maybe that other survival game where you'd have these persistent bases, but you didn't really raid people. You sort of broke in when they're offline, and it was kind of a rare thing to happen. And Rust, it's the game for a lot of people. Is just when you raid somebody when they're there, do like a live raid. Like that's about as much fun as you can have when they're actively defending and you're actively attacking, and then there are third party people coming in to try to interfere. Like that is the most fun you can have.
Becomes another thing. Like, I'm not an expert on Rust building, but you just mentioned one small thing, which is like a little vulnerability where you can see the weak side, and it allows for eco raid. In Minecraft, basically the name of the game is, since I can't build next to your thing, I need to build this cannon that throws TNT across the map and explodes against your walls. Well, TNT doesn't explode underwater. It has like no effect. So now I'm pouring water on the side of my balls. Well, the walls. Now the cannon people have figured out that they can throw cannon and sand so that the TNT is now in this, both of them flying across the map together, the TNT is in sand in water, and now it works again. Now I'm busting the wall that's been covered by water, and there's just this cat and mouse game where they keep escalating the tech on each side.
Yeah,
and it's neat to see.
Yeah, the base design in Rust is fascinating because each surface has X amount of explosives will breach this surface, but there's all sorts of ways to stack them and combine them to get maximum, make your base cost the most possible to get into. Like there's plenty of times when it's like, look, you can raid us if you want, but it's going to cost you 80 rockets to get in, and there's 20 rockets in there. So you do the math. They just leave you alone if it's tough enough to get in.
I griefing in Rust cracks me up. So, and Kyle knows this. I think everyone knows. You're not supposed to roof camp, right? I'm watching this YouTuber. He goes on a mission to punish roof campers, and he's like, "Hey," he's got an accent. "So you're roof camping? You sure you want to do that?" And they're like, "Fuck you, ninja." I was hoping you'd say that. So he goes and starts working, and he's building catapults and baskets filled with bees. And he's just launching so many bees at this people, and you can hear it tick, 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 tick. Every time they get stung by a bee. It's just brutalizing them. And the other team is like, "Dude, you have spent so much on bees and catapults. It's not worth it." And he's like, "You think I'm in it for the loot? I'm in it for the love of the bees." They just throwing more bees at him, making them quit the server. It was so funny.
The Aztecs would do that. They would make hornet bombs and throw them at the Spanish.
What a terrible job! Like, ow, ow, ow! trying to deliver it to the guy to throw it.
The bearer of the hornet bombs, and this is a swollen guy comes out. So miserable.
Can you chop my head off and roll it down the stairs, please?
Where's my hornet master? He's very swollen today, my lord.
The Hornet King, the Bee King. Man, what a terrible job! They really were on their last legs there. They're like, the Spanish and all those people we've been fucking sacrificing have allied together. Those guns are scary. What do we have? We got 5 guys and a load of bees. And it's like, okay, I guess we're
the hornets, my lord. They number in the millions. I don't fucking care, dude. You got to figure out those guns.
Yeah, throw snakes at them. Something. That'd be even scarier.
What eats bees? Does anything eat bees? I guess wasps. That's the solution.
Birds.
Yeah, probably some bird is what you want.
Oh,
if you could train birds to peck the eye. Actually, that wouldn't work if they had armor on. But I don't think they had like full face mask. Oh, they probably did. I just think of that. I think of the conquistador, that classic hat, that armored hat, and that doesn't have a face mask, but that could just be, they painted them that way because it's like, well, you're not going to know who this guy is if we leave that shit on there.
No, I don't think they had a face mask. I'm looking through here. That's a sick ass helmet though. Like
it is. It's cool.
I love that conquistador helmet. That makes me want to fucking roll up on some foreign shore, burn the boats, and just get to work. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Just dominate the North Sentinelese.
Get in there and take care of business. Yes.
It's like, Kyle, you're supposed to use that wood to build the house. You don't burn the boats. What's wrong with you?
We don't
now
need
we have
houses
to chop down the trees. You're the worst leader ever.
You're like Odysseus. You get to Sentinel Island and you burn the ships to show that you're there to stay.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that movie, by the way. The Odyssey comes out, I think, this year. It's Christopher Nolan, and just every star you can think of is in the movie. Got Matt Damon and Zendaya and her boyfriend Tom Holland. They're in there. I don't know who's playing Helen of Troy. I hope to God it's not Zendaya. I don't think she matches the description from the Iliad.
Not even close.
What is she supposed to look like, Helen of Troy?
The woman who launched 1,000 boats. Isn't that the quote? Like she's supposed to be the most beautiful woman on the planet.
I guess I'm trying not to add. What race is she? Right?
White.
Would she be black?
Would she be Greek?
Oh, it should be white. Yeah, it should be Greek.
Greek.
Yeah.
Okay. White with really dark hair, probably.
Let's see. Helen of Troy was a legendary figure in Greek mythology, renowned to be the most beautiful woman in the world. She was a central figure in the Trojan War and was depicted with divine beauty, though specific descriptions vary, sometimes mentioning white arms, beautiful hair, fair cheeks. Ancient texts portray her as both a victim of circumstance and a figure of great power and sorrow, embodying both idealized feminine traits and destructive consequences of passion. Her beauty was said to be considered unparalleled, divine, and the primary reason before the Trojan War.
I wonder if she was really beautiful or beautiful and a little slutty, right? Because what good is beauty if you're not a little slutty?
Well, she did run away with, was it Hector?
It was Hector.
No, Hector was the older brother. It's the younger brother.
It was Paris, who was the younger brother, right?
Paris, yes. She ran off with Paris.
They'd say she was golden-haired in Greek.
Okay, so pale blonde chick. So probably
Which
not
would have
Zendaya.
been more unique. Yeah, probably not Zendaya. But I mean, that hasn't stopped him before. They make shows about like Vikings, and it's like, what's a black guy doing here? Like, what are we doing? It kind of takes.
We was Vikings and shit.
Yeah, we were Vikings, and it's like, yeah, I don't. Something tells me not. You can look at what Nordic people look like. Pretty blonde.
If it means we have to give up the Native American costumes at Halloween, I'm all for some sort of cultural appropriation rule. You know,
I'm going the other way. I want Will Ferrell to play Shaka Zulu. Let's go. What?
Yeah.
Anything you don't like it now, huh?
Oh yeah. We're gonna start fighting back. Because it's been too long. It's just the rule has been one direction now. We're coming for I'm gonna become a billionaire, and then I'm gonna fund. What was that movie where all the black ladies delivered the mail? It's gonna be all white guys. It's gonna be
make Will Ferrell play Shaka Zulu, but everyone else is African. Like and he's hyping them up. He's giving them like a pre-fight speech, and he's like, "These white devils have come to our shore. Their pale skin will roast on our fires."
Not so right about him. What are you talking about? Look at his hair. Feel it. So curly. Yeah. The honesty should be like, I have no hopes at all, like positive or negative. Like I'll wait and see.
It's Christopher Nolan. It's going to be an amazing movie. I do see people nitpicking about the costume design being more Hollywood than historically accurate. Because if you look at what they would have actually worn, it's pretty dorky. It's lots of layers.
Bronze. Yeah.
No, it's not even bronze. It's like layers of like a jerkin and these like layers of thick cloth. It looks lame, and the helmet's lame. And they're going for that like Hollywood Greek look, which is just better. You look like
which is like
Brad Pitt
in
Troy.
And leather armor is traditionally how Hollywood does Greek and
but I need to see Brad Pitt's like cum gutters through the armor. Like those can't be covered. I need to see those.
They didn't cover him up in Troy.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And he fucked up
Paris.
Something Bana.
Eric Bana. Yeah. Played Paris. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he was not Achilles was not a gracious winner.
No, historically known as a non-gracious winner. He ignored the Greek burial traditions, rites, and respects, and drug Paris behind his chariot. The quote was something like, "He'll go to the afterlife with no eyes and like no head." Like he was gonna like cut Paris's eyes out of his body and do all this stuff like mutilation so that when he got to the afterlife he'd be fucked up. Which, by the way, is a wild like religious belief. The idea that injuries that you receive in real life, or maybe just the way you're buried or way your body is treated, might impact your existence in the afterlife. Obviously, with the Egyptians, they seemingly believed, and many cultures, they believed that like burying them with their riches, sometimes even their slaves, they would bury them with live slaves. Or with the Vikings, they would burn the woman on your funeral pyre. And the idea was they're going with you to Valhalla, or I don't know what the Egyptian afterlife was called, but they're going with you there, after the fact. And then also the idea that were you to be blinded or like have your head cut off or something like that, your spirit would wander aimlessly and not be able to find the spirit lands or whatever it may be.
Like if you were trying to goad them into being like, get out there, boys, we're Viking warriors. If you die, you die. Like if they were constantly worried, like I don't want to lose fingers or a hand or an eye, because then
they had the opposite
in the afterlife.
Their whole thing was like, if you die in battle, that's heaven. If you die in bed as an old man,
you go to lower ranking heaven. You don't get to go to Valhalla.
Yeah, you don't get. And the idea of Valhalla is wonderful. They every day you wake up, you drink and feast until you're stuffed and drunk, and then you all fight to the death. And then you are reborn the next day to do it all over again forever with all your best boys.
There would have to be more stuff to do.
That would
Any
suck.
form of heaven needs activities.
If I had to wake up every day and fight, like seriously, sometimes I just want to watch Netflix.
What if I was like, you know what? I'm more in this for the feasts. Like I did my fights. You guys have a blast.
buried with all your wealth.
Pick up your fucking shield, Taylor.
That's so selfish.
No.
If my husband
How
wanted
did
to
you
be
make it
buried with
here?
all his wealth, I would write a check or an IOU, bury him with that.
Yeah.
Of equivalent value. I'm not trying to rip him off.
Of course.
You know what? I'm gonna be a little
the-
generous on this. Let's make it 3 trillion.
All right.
I'm
In the
running out of
line-
room here. Oh, you lucky dog. All right.
Take this with you. I'm making it out to God. Make this out to Odin so you can go up there. Yeah.
Then you get to heaven and you have an IOU on you for $3 trillion, and you have to start a blue collar job in heaven now. You're like
in heaven.
You're sweeping the streets. You're a
Doesn't
street
sound
sweeper
like
sweeping.
That's-
Well, it would have been
sounds-
heaven, but you gave your buddy $3 trillion on his deathbed, put it and wrote it to God, and you owe that money.
I'd hate that. I would be.
It's
bullied.
eternal, right?
It's
I put
eternal.
$100 in the S&P. Let that baby dollar cost average. What's 15,000 years?
I don't think heaven has an index fund. I'm pretty sure that
It's
they're
heaven,
all,
Kyle. It's got choices.
Yeah.
I don't maybe I'm thinking there's like a universal basic income up there or something. I don't know how they keep that economy going with the
I bet
golden
food
streets.
is optional. I bet it's like if food sounds good, it's like feast it up. You don't gain weight. And then if you're someone who doesn't want to eat, it's like, well, you don't have to eat, but you're kind of like spitting in the face of everyone who made this food.
You can't have this one heaven anyway. If there is a heaven, and if God is what they say he is, then he has created a heaven for each person individually. Then everybody gets their own heaven. Because like what he said, he wants to watch Netflix every now and then. But I promise you, Sven, fucking Uglok Lord of the cave people from Norway in the year 8, he don't watch Netflix. He wants to fuck, fight, and feast infinitely, and that's literally his heaven. But for me, like mine's gonna be completely different. I want to be I want to be a race car driver or something.
Mine's gonna have some dogs in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I imagine
Despite
that you
what the
would
movie
be,
said.
you would have to be able to pick. It'd be like a pick your own adventure thing. So like sometimes you'd wake up in the year 1 trillion that you've been there, and it'd be like, all right, well, I've done every activity, but what seems the most fun? I'm paintballing. And because there's so many people there, you just, I imagine, close your eyes and phase into, oh, yeah, sick. And you phase into that. And then now you're doing that. You want to play sports. You can do that. You want to eat special food, watch a movie. I bet they have some rules on movies where they're like, hey, not this one.
I bet the
this one.
VHS drawer in heaven is lame. I bet it is lame. There's no Tarantino in there. There's nothing edgy. I bet there's nothing R-rated.
What if it makes you not want to consume edgy stuff? What if all you want to do is fight with fucking Odin or whatever?
I mean, I would be down for that. Like I would love to.
Every day, all day, no activities.
Well, like my heaven wouldn't be that, but if it's like you said, and every day I can wake up and pick a new heaven, just like it's a game on my Steam list. Like, oh, today I think I want to go to Ark Raiders heaven or Call of Duty heaven or Expedition 33 heaven. If I can do that, then one of those days is definitely going to Valhalla and like fucking up some Vikings with a battle axe.
A good thing would be like if you could just every once in a while, like every 100 years, you can like hop into like one of like a almost submarine, a good one, not like that one that those people died in, like a good one, and then you can like lower a bit and like poke around hell, and you're gonna be like, oh, this is man. I was starting to forget how bad it could have been. You ascend back up, you hop out. The next 100 years, you're like always. Anytime you're like, I'm a little bit bored. No, you remember that, and you're like, you know what? I think I will feast and fight. And tomorrow is paintball day, and the day after that is we're redoing the Tour de France with motorcycles. Actually, we can motorcycle anywhere on streets of gold. Everyone's sliding.
I get a motorcycle.
Everyone stands up uninjured.
I want to go back to Lance Armstrong's like 7th race he won,
and
I want to be allowed to beat him on a motorcycle. But nobody acts like I used a motorcycle. They're just blown away that I beat him. Like no one acknowledges it except for him. He's the only one.
Yeah. And something else I want.
I want to eat pizza while I race next to him.
Sick. I would just go for the pizza part, but like you could race too. In my heaven, I would want all of the angels to be little and cherubic, because I don't want to be getting mogged by these giant 9-foot ripped angels all the time with their scary like look, because that wouldn't be fun. You'd be in heaven, but you'd still be like, damn.
What if they're that like
millions of these giant?
What if they're that?
Guys.
What if they're like all those concentric rings with that eye in the center and feathers all about?
No, I would put it in order, and I'd be like, I do not want that. Day one, I'm like on the checklist, I'm like, no, give me something human.
I'm thinking Fabio. Like Fabio played an angel in Exorcist 3, and I thought he pulled it off well. Yeah,
give me a mix of Fabio and then Orlando Bloom, but only Legolas Orlando Bloom.
Like a twinkish Fabio.
There would be a mix. It would be you wouldn't want them all to look like the same guy.
Oh, okay. I kind of do though. I kind of want them all to be.
Yeah, that's actually not bad because it would reaffirm, like God chose us.
Yeah,
not you guys. That's why you guys all.
When he made them, he he had one prototype and he made them all the same. But then he got to us and he created genetics and okay.
And every once in a while we get maybe every year, I don't know, just whenever you can pop down. You make fun of Satan. He's all chained up in a lake of fire, and you're like, ha, you lost.
Do you think in heaven you get any FaceTime with the boss? Like, I mean,
yeah.
Like just you and him, like fishing or something.
I don't think the omnipotence or all the powers would go away in heaven. He'd still be able to.
They would be more powerful there.
Yeah. Whereas, I don't know. Yeah, you definitely get FaceTime, and it wouldn't be a line. It would be like,
"Are you implying that I could be less than omnipotent, Taylor?"
No, that's why he didn't. No, he wouldn't. He'd know my name.
He knows your name. It's just how he pronounces it. He's like, I like my way better. That's how God says.
I'm sad because I'm talking to God, and I'm like, man, me and that guy, fast friends. And then I walk to my friend's house, and he's talking to him the same way, and I'm like, son of a bitch. You told him the same things you told me. Am I not even special?
Yeah, I just don't think he's going to hang out with me. I don't know how many people have ever existed, but I bet it's like 100 billion or something. He's going to have a hard time getting around to. I don't know how many of those 100 billion made it to heaven. It depends who you ask. But if it's only the actual saved people, I mean, then he's got plenty of time. He can get around to all of us then. What if it's lonely up there? What if we get to heaven and it's like 18 people and you've heard of them all?
Ooh. You've heard of them all?
They're it's like a couple of the popes. Mother Teresa is there.
Right.
Like Jimmy Carter's there. Mr. Rogers is there.
None of us are making
that painting guy with the afro. He's there. Bob Ross. He's in heaven. Yeah, he's painting. Still. A little chair up there.
Right. It's Mr. Rogers is there, and Captain Kangaroo is like, "You fucker have outdone me in the first life, and now in the afterlife."
Sorry, everyone. We let Jimmy Seville in before the news broke after his death, and it's a lot of legalese and red tape, but we can't get rid of him now. To answer the question,
yeah, that guy was cool. That guy was
Jimmy
cool.
Seville. Who's he?
He was the British Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, he was a children's presenter. And it was after he died, it came out that he was a pedophile and had molested a bunch of kids.
He loved kids.
And he went his whole life and then cashed out. In his head, laying on his deathbed, he was like, swish. Just out scot-free. And then I don't know how they immediately found that out. Maybe they were
there's a documentary on Netflix about it. There's a whole thing on Netflix about it. I watched the first episode maybe a year or two ago, and it was just too ghoulish. I was like, I don't like hearing about this much child abuse and then knowing that this guy got away with it. He didn't just get away with it. He was beloved in the same way Mr. Rogers is here. He was I want to say he was part of children's charities and hospitals, and he did a lot of supposed good. He was known to be like a
lot of child
a full-on rape, a full-on rapist. You mean no, I help people. A philanthropist? Actually, both. Both.
Sorry, these are hornet stings.
Get all stung up and stuff.
Yeah, that is seedy. He's like, oh yeah, all my charities just a lot of them have to do with kids and me helping.
That made sense.
Trafficked kids.
That made sense. But turned out he was an absolute ghoulish monster. Which, I mean, every day we find out that more people are ghoulish monsters. I saw, a lot of people got named when in the Epstein files recently, and I think there was some college professor or something like that.
Larry Summers, I think we're talking about. He
Maybe.
was a Harvard.
He was the dean at Harvard, right?
Well,
yeah, he's taught too.
Well, I just saw a video where he's addressing his class, and it's one of those big college not auditoriums, but like a very large, like staggered college class. And he opens the class with like, so as many of you may have found out, I was named in the Epstein files. And it's like, what the fuck?
This will be on the test.
That'd be funny.
I'm glad they teach pre-law because I'm going to need some help.
What did he do? Do we know? Like,
okay,
his name in the Epstein files. So
I'm not sure if it was him, but there was a guy named in them, and what he had done was, after Epstein had already, that thing in Florida happened where they knew he was a pedophile and it had come out that he was a pedophile, like running this ring, but nothing bad happened to him still. After that had happened, someone was having communications with him about a different subject. They were actually asking Jeffrey Epstein, like, hey, I'm interested in this girl. Do you think I should write her a letter or a note? And he's like, absolutely not. You want to show this person that they mean a lot to you, that they're important to you. A letter does exactly the opposite of that. And that was their correspondence. It was literally him like asking Jeffrey Epstein for dating advice, I suppose.
You're jogging my memory. I think he said something like, she wouldn't be interested in me romantically, but she needs me. It was like really using his position of advantage.
Oh, I didn't hear all that part.
Oh,
I hope I'm not mixing people up, but
it sounds like
I was
similar
picturing
scenario.
a funnier version of it where he's like, oh, I want this girl. I better ask the coolest guy I know.
He was. He totally was. Like, look, like I bet to, maybe he didn't know about the kid thing. I always like to give somebody the benefit of the doubt because the whole thing's so fucking ghoulish. Yeah. And you never know, like, which one of the people that you're buddies with might have some fucking awful evil like that. You'd hope you would know, but maybe you wouldn't. But with Jeffrey Epstein, everybody knew at this point, and that's why that guy's in trouble.
I bet some people who get named, it's going to be like, no, I was accepting bribes on behalf of foreign governments. I'm not some ghoul. Like they're going to like, that'll be their defense where it's like, lock me up for that, if anything.
That's what you'd say. That's, I'm watching that show Dairy on HBO. There's 4 episodes out now. And it's basically
like it, or are you losing
I love it. I think it's so good. Those child actors are all really good. And the story's really good. And they did a good job of retelling the It story without retelling the It story. So I believe this is canonically supposed to be like a prequel to It, because I think It takes place maybe in the 70s or the 80s. This is in the 60s during the Kennedy era with a different group of kids who are also dealing with It. And if you know the lore, It comes back in these cycles. I don't remember how long the cycles are, 35 years, 70 years, something like that. And what's going on, slight spoiler, is the military is there, the Air Force is there, height of the Cold War, Cuban Missile Crisis, and they see It, or what they think It is, as a potential weapon to use against the Soviets. They're like, this thing fills people with complete terror. It breaks the laws of physics. We could use this against the Reds. And so they're trying to dig it up or find it with the use of a psychic. And meanwhile, the kids that are the core part of the story are being terrorized by It. And it's really gory and really fucking scary at times. Like, some of the stuff they show is dark and like really awful imagery. Like this, you buy into the idea that, that would scare a kid so fucking bad. Like, that scares me. Like, in the movie, I didn't think it was that scary. It's just that clown going, eh. But there's one girl, there's like an umbilical cord connected to her and connected to her dead, rotting mother. And it's dragging her by the umbilical cord into the mother's like pregnant belly that's ripped apart with teeth now. And apparently this girl's mother died in childbirth. The mother died in childbirth. So she's going, you killed me. You ripped me apart. And the kid's just screaming because it's a 12-year-old little girl. And it's dragging her by an umbilical cord the size of a fire hydrant or a fire hose, like toward the belly that's munching. And that's just one scene.
I haven't watched a horror movie in forever. I've been on a long hiatus. Just haven't poked around.
It's a TV show, but I highly recommend it. I think it's very good. That, and I've been watching this thing on Netflix called Death by Lightning. Yeah, it's the story of James Garfield's assassination, I believe. That's real good too.
He's finally getting some attention. People just
it's more about it's about him to some extent, like definitely like how he won the presidency and stuff, but it's also focusing heavily on his mentally ill would-be assassin or shall-be assassin. Like, that guy is a a loony character who you slowly are watching lose his fucking mind and become like, at first he's supporting Garfield. He's like, I'm your biggest fan. But because he's being rebuffed and like not embraced and brought in, like he's slowly breaking and snapping, and you can tell he's going to turn around and fucking shoot Garfield. It's a good show. It's got a lot of actors I like. It's Offerman guy is in there, the one who play from Parks and Rec. He's in there. He plays.
I've seen him in anything since he was gay in that show that started sucking.
Well, he's Chester A. Arthur in this. He's Chester A. Arthur.
Did he eat his way into the role? Like,
he's a big boy.
He bigged himself. He embiggened himself.
I mean, he's always been kind of big. I think they throw a couple extra layers on him, and they always refer to him as like that big man over there, that big boy. And he's like very physical. Like he fucks people up. He is a bully.
I should have given it to Christian Bale. He would have gone all hog. He would have gained 180 pounds.
Did he play Dick Cheney?
Yeah. Masterfully,
dude. I like him a lot. I think he's my favorite actor. He's good.
He's a good choice. I don't know.
Did you watch any of Dick's funeral today?
No, I didn't.
Man, when they're saying there's prayers over him, I almost smirked. I'm like, and Lord, welcome your beloved son back into your warm embrace to live in paradise for all eternity. And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think that's what's happening here. You can light all the candles you want, bro. Like keep shaking that incense. Maybe something will fall out, because this guy, if there's a heaven, he ain't going.
This guy IOU in the pocket.
The devil, like the devil doesn't even want to rub shoulders with this lunatic. But I saw like obviously everybody showed up. You know, I don't know if the Obamas were there, but I saw W. He was there. Biden and his wife were there. Kamala was there. I think that was her husband. I don't remember like clocking him, but like I like to see those powerful people sit together and shoot the shit. Like clearly they're having these little private bullshit conversations. You know, they're giving Trump a hard time, because the 4 living vice presidents were all invited except for Vance and obviously Trump. They weren't invited. So that's its own little bit of like drama.
I always think it's interesting that these people who were kind of bitter rivals at one point seem to be like, yeah, but we left it on the ice. You know, it's all in the past now. And
sometimes
Clinton and the Bushes seem to be close.
Aren't I cute? You forget all that stuff I did. now I make bad paintings. Those million people who even give a fuck, right, guys?
I care more about our $1 trillion than the million people we killed. If I'm being honest.
Don't shortchange me.
Well, it wasn't 2. I think it was 1 trillion, but we did kill 1 million Iraqis or so, and I don't feel so bad about that because they suck. But I would like that trillion back. That trillion.
Most of those people had nothing to do with like why you don't like.
Oh, did you take a census?
Like,
I'm saying that if you were born there, you'd be like them. Like there are leaders who are responsible for why it is the way it is, but most people are just, you know.
If that were true, then then taking Saddam out would have just fixed everything, right? Like I think that what's good for the goose is good for the gander over there, as far as I'm concerned. I would just like our $1 trillion back. That's all.
That's a hilarious way to rationalize anything. I love that. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's like, did we need to kill 1 million people? Pish posh.
They couldn't act right. like Mama used to say, if you can't act right, we're just gonna go home. And that's what we did.
They were over there living in their shitty country, not bombing us, and then we showed them what for. It's like, hey guys, it seems like these guys aren't even ready for us to start.
They were ready. Oh, I know we're about to wrap, but I've been watching World War II stuff, but also some Gulf War stuff, and it's about the Russian perspective on those conflicts, like what they thought when they found out about XY technology. The best is Afghanistan, when Charlie Wilson's war happened, and we sent Stinger missiles, which were cutting edge. The Stinger missile shoots a 35-pound warhead that's basically a computer. Like that thing is a thinking missile. In 85, 86, that's when we sent them over there. They would instantly take out all of their helicopters, and they had an 83% success rate. Like it almost always took down the aircraft you shot it at. It used this technology where it's a thermal sensor on the head of this thing, so it needs to differentiate between heat signatures. It needs to know the difference between a flare and the edge of the blade of a craft, because they already had this technology that could follow something and hit the rear exhaust because that's so hot. But they needed something that was sensitive enough to hit it head on, to keep following it if it broke off and like didn't show you its ass. And so they use this tech where they have a sensor in there, and when you launch the stinger, it releases pressurized argon gas onto the sensor and freezes it to like negative 300 degrees Celsius or something. And so during its flight time, it's this hypersensitive thermal warhead. When the Soviets were terrified, they were losing 3 aircraft a day every single day. They had been flying over with their Hind helicopters, providing close air support and pulling people out when they were injured. All that went away. The doctrine was now to fly to 15,000 fucking feet in a helicopter. You can't see anything from up there, so they're just useless now. When the KGB when Spetsnaz was finally sent in to get one, there was like 100,000 ruble prize to get a Stinger. We got to see what they're fucking shooting at us. We got to understand this new missile technology. And when they got it, they were like, we can't do this. We can't recreate this. This can't be copied. This is a tech that is beyond us. This is a 35-pound flying computer that finds jets at 20,000 feet and takes them out of the air. Like, we can't do this. It's great. Love those stories.
Big win for America.
Gulf War was the same way because Iraq had the 4th largest army in the world, and they were protected by this layered air defense. So that was some of the best that Russia made. It was what was protecting the Warsaw Pact at the time. Like, if NATO was going to invade Russia, they'd be going through the exact same air defenses, and 100 hours later, and Iraq has fallen. You know, they couldn't understand that. They didn't know about they knew about the F-117s, but they didn't know about all the electronic jamming technology we had that would just turn all their stuff to snow. They were like, are they hacking us in real time? Like they didn't know what was going on. So all the insecurity from the Russians, they have all this paperwork from like internal documents, and some of them are asking questions like, is it a space laser? Is it like they're wondering if it's like they're asking if it could be these fantastical technologies. They thought maybe because Reagan had talked about Star Wars putting this missile defense in space. They're like, maybe Star Wars wasn't a defensive weapon, it's an offensive weapon. And the Americans are shooting Iraqi tanks from space with lasers. They're getting hit in the top. We told the Iraqis to bury their tanks, only the guns sticking out. But they're still spotting them and shooting them from the top down.
We should have leaked that at the time so that they would have been even more scared. Where it's like,
we probably
like some memo that's like, the
that's
Russians are on to our space laser.
I saw
that's
this
how the CIA works. Yeah,
that taking out the Iraqi tanks. And at first, we were using our own tanks. We were winning tank wars. Our tanks were far superior to them, but it wasn't super easy. And then once they saw that the jets could see the infrared signature, not the infrared, the thermo signature on the tanks, they were all like super hot from the daytime, and they retained their heat a little longer, and they called it tank plinking. It was just the easiest thing in the world to fly around and be like, and take out as many tanks as they had missiles.
And we have a plane, and on it looks like a big cargo plane or something. On the bottom, there's this enormous canoe. And it's an incredibly powerful radar system. It's side-looking radar, so it's 200 miles away, but it's checking the whole area with radar. And then this is in the Gulf War, and then in real time, it's just a node and a network. So the Soviet military is this top-down thing. The boss gives an order, and it delineates down and down and down. And to do navigation and coordination, you have to use timetables, maps, compasses, stuff like that. But in the Gulf War, we'd already created this network where each soldier, each tank, each helicopter, each fighter jet, each like intelligence plane was a node in a network, all talking to each other in real time, telling each other. So the F-15 pilot, he didn't have to look for anything. He didn't have to hunt and gather. He got a ping on his map that said, tank right here, blow it up. And he's like, done. So I love those stories.
Those weapons that aren't even weapons, they're just information gatherers, spy planes, and that stuff, it gets overlooked, at least by me it does. And it's like, actually refueling is a huge part of military. Being able to do air-to-air refueling is gigantic, and a lot of countries can't. Maybe all. Kyle, we might know. Any other countries, can they refuel in the air?
It wouldn't surprise me if they can. I don't know.
I think it's really uncommon.
I know that we've almost certainly got the biggest like tanker fleet, and like our C-130s outperform what the Russians have. They were saying that maybe Russia was flying in not munitions, but maybe missile defense systems for Venezuela. And but only one of their planes had come, and they were comparing their cargo plane, their like biggest military bring some shit to the war front plane to ours. And it's just like not even close. And they only sent like one or two. That Venezuela, I don't know if that Venezuela thing is going to actually cook off or not, but Trump is flexing, and it seems like he's flexing super hard, like he's going to invade to put pressure on the cartels / whoever's around Maduro to be like, hey, just bump this guy off. Just bump this guy off and we'll back off and everything will be cool again. But
the whole taco thing, Trump always chickens out. Like it's very fitting. But there are some cases where I kind of want him to chicken out. And this is one of them.
Yeah, when I looked into the Maduro thing, it seems that he's sort of internationally recognized as a false leader, or like he stole that presidency. So I didn't know that prior to me researching it. So that's interesting. It's just that whenever Trump says something, I don't believe it. When he's like, this guy's this and that, I'm like, I doubt it. You might be, but I doubt it. You know, but I looked into it, and he does seem like a bad guy. I don't know. He
called that woman fat. Debunked.
I saw him blow up a boat that had 3 fucking outboard engines on it. Like, that thing was going so fast, it was just skimming the top of the water. And it was like a flat, open boat with all of these cubes in it. You know, you're looking through thermal up in the air. But it was like, clearly, this is not a fisherman or a sightseer. I wish you could zoom all the way in and see the guy's face, because he's got to be like, oh, we beat him this time. Woo, wham, I'm going so fast. Nothing could possibly. What's that? Like when they blew
this
him
is why
up,
you're the Fent King.
I don't know all. Of course, we don't get to see all the footage, but the footage they released, they all look like drug runners to me. You know, like you said, and I think I saw one that was a submarine. I don't know any fishermen that use submarines. I don't think
dedicated ones.
That's where the fish are.
I've got to see them in their eye, the fear in their eyes as I reel them in.
So I get it. There might be ones they don't release that are, you know, a little more subtle, slow moving fisherman's boat, etc. They probably get some wrong. You know, people do.
I don't know what they're doing because they don't give us the full information, but you would assume that they try to pull these people over, and then they flee, and then they detonate them. You would hope that they're not just like, there's one.
I don't think they have ships in the area. They just do it. From the sky.
Have so many ships in the area. They sent a carrier fleet.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. The ones I saw, I don't think they had ships saying pull over. Stop.
They got helicopters though. You know, they got. I've seen them do that. And they do. I can't remember the name of the boat. Is it the George Washington? What the carrier we sent is our biggest, newest, baddest motherfucker carrier on the planet. Like, we sent the good one. Like,
we sent our best one.
We sent our best one. Yeah.
Well, I'm in desperate need of a snack that I can then burn off with my. Yes, I need to pee
with your red light,
and then I'm going to eat pizza while the light's on me.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to leave that motherfucker in the box, and I'm going to go not drink piss.
All right.
You're missing out. You know what? I'm drinking double piss just to make up for Kyle's incident.
You can have mine. Hey, I hook you up.
For every piss you don't drink, I drink 3 pisses.
All right. Check out the links in the description. PKA 779.